Belmont Park, the home of the Belmont Stakes, and so much more. Happy opening day of the spring meet at beautiful Belmont Park. Indeed, the sun is shining, and we are so happy to have you with us as we take a look at horses in the paddock in that iconic location at beautiful Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So happy to have you with us. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Andy, happy opening day. We've made it back to beautiful Belmont Park and looking forward to all that this meet will hold.
I agree. I think in the almost 40 years I've lived in New York City, I've missed maybe 2 or 3 opening days at Belmont, only because it might have been pouring or freezing cold one day. Well, it's a little chilly, a little windy, but it's a beautiful day. It's great to be back at Belmont Park.
It certainly is. We're fast and firm here in New York, in Elmont, New York, as we'll take a look at some of the key dates that we have coming up in this meet. Of course, opening day today. You will see May 8th, Mother's Day weekend. We have the Ruffian, of course, the Man of War card on the 14th. Really looking forward to that one. A highlight, Andy, will be that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with all of those great stakes over a couple days. Yeah,
obviously that's a tremendous weekend of racing, Thursday through Sunday, really. Saturday being the 11th, but a lot of good racing here. And just even the days where you don't have major stakes. And you look at Saturday's card, which we drew yesterday. It's a really fun card and able to run so many different distances on both dirt and turf here at Belmont Park. It gives you a lot of different options during the course of the day, and you've got some terrific racing coming up. And as long as it's always the same thing, as long as the weather holds, the racing will be good.
Hopefully. As Andy mentioned, a little chilly and breezy today, but at least the sun is shining, and we'll take it. Here's what's coming up on today's show. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have races 1 through 9 for you today at Belmont Park. The pick 6 kicks off in the 4th. Our allowance feature will be on the main track in race 7 today. Again, fast and firm conditions. And just as a reminder, there is no better time to join Naira Bets. Join today and receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. Taking a look at one of our features today in race 7, this allowance going 6 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field of sprinters, and pretty wide open even as far as the morning line does go. But we'll take a look at Fitzpatrick, Andy, who had a nice victory last time out for Marquette.
Yeah, I mean, he's a bit of a long shot in this race, and this is a significantly tougher group of horses that he faced last time. And if you missed him last time at 12-1, it's sort of a tough situation. But the reality of it is he ran very, very well, and he has quietly improved dramatically for trainer Mark Hennig. And while he's going to have to, in all likelihood, run better in this race did last time, because he's running against tougher horses, he didn't have the best of trips in here. Yeah, he got a good ride, and he saved ground and angled out. But the horses he was running down are both forwardly placed horses who kind of had the run of the race towards the front end, and he just came and got them. And if you're looking right now, you're not seeing other horses closing here. He honestly was the best horse in this race. The question with him, and he's a bit of a price if you like him today, is can he step up and beat what's a pretty strong, reasonably accomplished field, at least recently, of runners here. I took a small shot with Spun and Won, but honestly, there's no result there that I would find overly surprising.
Yeah, you really could make a case for a lot of different options in that 7th race. It'll be a fun, competitive one. Spun and Won, to the outside for Jorge Duarte Jr. will make that second start off a little bit of a layoff. In the 8th race, meanwhile, will also be on the main track. 7 furlongs in this starter handicap for 3-year-olds and upward. One scratch to the outside of Uno, as we'll take a look at Doubly Blessed for Mike Maker, another one coming off of a victory.
Yeah, and just keep in mind, the morning line is actually 2-1 on Doubly Blessed, and I think he'll be probably lower than that. This is a competitive looking race on paper, and there's some nice horses in here, but the reality is the Doubly Blessed is better than these horses. Now, some may look and say, oh, it's 7 furlongs today. Is that too short for him? I don't believe in that stuff, and I don't believe it's too short for him. I think he'll be just fine. He's being a pretty good horse in Tiergan and Hammer and Hammer in this race last time out. He's in very, very good form for Mike Maker, and he's held this form for a long time. And no doubt, Doubly Blessed, the favorite, is the one to beat.
This summer had to face some of the toughest in the division, ran in the likes of the Grade 1 Forgo and the Grade 2 Kelso. He has certainly kept his consistent form all along and will be a big player coming into this 8th race today. We'll take a look at the field for the opener on opening day of the spring meet at Belmont Park. We kick things off on the turf, a firm turf course in play, a mile and a 16th with the New York bred maidens. This is for fillies and mares. And Andy, you mentioned at the top of the show the appeal of a place like Belmont Park for the different distances that we can run, and we're going to have a perfect example of that right here in the opener.
Yeah, I think these mile and a 16th Widener turf course races are the fairest turf races you'll find anywhere. Cerio Chrome is the horse to beat coming off the layoff, a newly turned 3-year-old, making his first start as a 3-year-old. But I think Eau Claire off the layoff and the firster, Roomy, maybe could be dangerous.
Early pick 5 will start here in the opener. We'll talk more about it after this. Stay with us as we're just getting started on opening day at beautiful Belmont Park. More for America's Day at the races after this.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a top performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Maple. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a wad in that race. And I'm like, really? I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get it checked, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse.
And they're off. Dr. Alfuz comes out running and gets directly to the lead.
Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr. Alfuz who turns for home. And his mate Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking at this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2.
Dr. Alfouz determined at the rail. Awad resolute on the outside, and Awad prevails by a determined head.
Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
And trainer David Donk represented by 2 in the opener here at beautiful Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look at trainer David Donk's charges. Maggie, what are you seeing here for this first race?
Yeah, Dave sends out 2 in here, Acacia, as I am interested in Out of Sight, a filly that I was a fan of last year, and she ran well, and she upped her game when getting into Dave Donk's barn and getting on the turf. Well, if anything, she's kind of grown a touch. She was always a big, good-looking 3-year-old, but she's filled out. She looks incredibly strong behind the saddle, which is always something I'd love to see. And since she's gone on the walking ring here, she has gotten on her toes as she does look to project to be a forwardly placed runner in this field. A couple of first-time starters in here. Let's take a look at number 3, Rayom, for trainer Michael Dickinson, who does have good numbers in these situations, just maybe not so much here in New York. And while there is an abundance of immediate turf pedigree, there is some going back a ways, and she definitely has the proverbial turf hoof to her. A little bit awkwardly put together, so she kind of gives the optical illusion that she doesn't look quite as fit as she needs to be because she's a bit of a sway back type. So she looks a little bit rotund in her barrel, but she does look well muscled. I kind of want to take the wait and see approach with her, but I'm going to watch her with some optimism in this debut, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Intriguing first-time starters here, but Andy, the number 6, Saratoga Chrome, still the heavy favorite, as this is a filly many might remember. Actually crossed the wire first in Saratoga, only to be disqualified, and she is still searching for that win photo officially.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough DQ. A friend of mine really liked her, and it was a tough DQ because she was best. I got why she came down. It was kind of an acting job on the 3rd-place finisher by Irad Ortiz, who was never going to finish any better than 3rd in that race. Last time out, she just lost fair and square. The 2 back, Eric Hinsell kind of got a little lost on her. You have a trainer change to Michelle Nevin. Not that that's going to necessarily move the horse up from Anthony Dutrow, but 3-year-olds can use Lasix, and I think this horse is a very logical horse. Just the routine improvement from 2 to 3 makes her the one to beat.
We'll kick off the early pick 5 here, Saratoga Chrome, who will make her first start for Michelle Nevin. Actually tried to wire the field last time out, but here's the post parade starting with the number 1, I'll Go All In.
Actually didn't run that badly in that turf race, 2 back at Aqueduct. The 2nd-place finisher is a Chad Brown runner. I mean, it's a big price, but the one turf race going long was okay.
Here's the number 2, Altair.
Probably a big price in this race. The first fall, the dam did win on the turf. There is some turf pedigree there.
Jim Bond has had his hands all over the family. Rumi Rayom, we will see what John Embriel says for this firster.
Yeah, I think you have to respect Michael Dickinson when he comes here, and he has had success with his first-time stars in turf routes.
Here's the number 4, Out of Sight.
I think of the 2 with experience, this horse is just fine for trainer Dave Donk. The problem is that she's had her share of chances, and it feels like some newer face could be dangerous, but she's okay.
We saw the 5, Eau Claire, go by. Here's Saratoga Chrome.
Yeah, I like Eau Claire in this race. We'll talk about her in a bit. Saratoga Chrome we've covered, just the horse to beat.
Our Jessica is the other one for Dave Donk.
Yeah, it's hard to see that the race she comes out of is as competitive as the one she's in today, and I think she had her chance last time. She improved in the turf, but I think she's getting a tougher field. I'm surprised she's taking as much play as she is.
By the way, I think Maggie's right on the pronunciation. As according to this site I found on howtopronounce.com, Rayom is a popular ice hockey player from Canada who played as a goaltender and was the first woman to participate in North American pro sports leagues. And this is affiliated by Nyquist. So I'm guessing That's the association.
I like that.
Which is
It was
pretty cool.
a female hockey player.
Yeah,
That's
female
awesome.
goaltender.
Love
yeah,
that. That's
absolutely. Let's go back to the horse that you had some interest in, Andy, the 5, Eau Claire.
Yeah, I know Eau Claire hasn't run in 18 months. And it's almost like she's a first-time star as a 4-year-old, which may not be a great sign. Same with the 3. But I think if you look at that race, and I understand it's a long time ago, that was an extraordinarily paceless race, dominating the front by Kara's Dreamer, who's turned into a very nice filly for trainer Mitch Friedman. And she was 2 to 3 wide pretty much around the racetrack that day after kind of coming in a little bit at the start and dropped way, way back. And you have no chance to close from there. And she did actually make a reasonable run for Rat Ortiz and was galloping out by everybody in the late stages for what it's worth. Now, obviously, it's been a long layoff. And you've got that going for her. But I do think that she's an interesting horse. And if you can get by the layoff and you are getting a little bit of a better price, she seems to be moving up in odds. Maybe she's not the worst bet if we get 5, 6 to 1 on her as an alternative. Kind of a new face, sort of a dressed down first-time starter in a way.
Meanwhile, the 6 Saratoga Chrome, we'll take a look at her last start. This was back in November at Aqueduct, so she will return here now to get back to turf racing, this New York bred filly by California Chrome. This is when she tried to take them every step of the way, actually looked home and was caught late.
Yeah, this was a tough beat for her. She lost to a first-time starter. I think it was a big price in that race, actually. Came from 7th place. I still don't think she ran badly. The 3rd-place finisher was a 6 to 5 shot for trainer Chad Brown. Russia was just sort of okay. I'm not saying she's exceptional, but you have a horse that was running races as fast from a speed figure standpoint, if not faster, than a horse like Out of Sight. And she was doing it as a 2-year-old. Now, Out of Sight's 3 to 4. She has a right to improve a bit, but I think it's reasonable to expect the 2 to 3 is going to be a bigger improvement. I think it's a lateral trainer switch going from Tony Dutrow to Michelle Nevenite. Both of them are very good trainers. I guess the question you have to ask yourself is she worth betting in the 2 to 1 range? And I think she's a little bit short. It's not that she's been that dominating in her races.
Saratoga Chrome, the favorite. Maggie, what do you make of this filly coming back as a 3-year-old?
She looks incredibly fit here, Acacia, and I'm sure she will run well. And kind of hearing that, trainer Michelle Nevin feels as though that she is certainly ready for this 3-year-old return. Now, I will actually give her an excuse going back when she was the beaten heavy favorite that day, and not that she ran particularly poorly or anything like that, but I do remember that in the post parade, she actually she had no noseband on, and she had a ring bit, and she was really tough for Eric Cancel to handle. And I remember Tony Dutrow coming to me afterwards, and upon inspection after the race, found that her bit had actually broken. So I think she had a bit of an excuse for coming up short that day, and 2, she had just did too much in the prelims, and today she's actually fairly settled relative to what I've seen from her in the past. And like I said, physically she definitely looks ready for this return, though not noticing that much change in her from 2 to 3, but she was a bigger, more forward and progressive type of 2-year-old. To her inside, number 6 in here, Eau Claire, and I agree with Andy that she possibly comes out of what ultimately is one of the better turf races. But yes, there have been several horses in there to go on and prove what they can do, as she is a 4-year-old. She comes in here incredibly fit. She is really well defined, and while there isn't any stone that looks as though it's been left unturned as far as her preparations, I still feel as though that a race, considering the long gap from that first race where she didn't do that much running. She ran okay at the end, but I just feel as though a race is really going to strengthen her up. So I don't know if today is necessarily going to be the winning one, but I am always scared and pay attention to anything that Arnaud Delacour brings to New York, Acacia.
Oh, absolutely. Maggie, thank you. Arnaud, as you can see, of where Eau Claire has been training down in Tampa, where Arnaud has been based over the winter months. We'll move his operation up north to Fair Hill, but certainly super capable trainer that seems to send live horses up here.
You can take the gal out of the Mid-Atlantic region, but you can't take the Mid-Atlantic. You know, Maggie and I agree with her about Delacour, but of course, you know, Maggie, who spent so much time growing up in Maryland, is so much more familiar with trainers that race down there, and Arnaud Delacour does a good job. That was interesting. This horse has been training as of just not a few days ago, basically, down at Tampa, and he wanted to get the horse up here, so he must feel he's fit.
New York
but
bred.
I'm not right to run into Europe breds. I'm not going to. You can't even if she wins, you can't disagree with Maggie's thought that she'll probably need a race, and that's my biggest concern. Mike Dickinson's had some, Michael's had some real success in those situations with first-time stars. And, of course, there's always sort of a mystique around Michael's horses, right? Whether it's DeHaas related or what did he do? Run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something in the Cheltenham Gold Cup once.
Right.
I mean, Michael's a legend in this game, and I'm sure like everybody, you've had your share of dealings with Michael, and he's always enjoyable to talk to.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, has his training facility in the Mid-Atlantic as well, where this one's been training. As this one, Rayoma, homebred for Gallagher Stud.
Yeah, I mean, not taking much money, I don't think that's a real knock. I find it hard to believe that Michael's shipping horses up that there's a big story on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't think the fact that this horse is 7-1 means anything one way or the other. I won't be surprised if this horse runs well, but it's also a first-time starting 4-year-old. Not really that dissimilar to the 5 in a lot of ways, just doesn't have that one race a long time ago.
How about the number 4, Out of Sight? As Maggie talked about her back in the paddock, she's one of 2 for Dave Donkin. Actually ran a really wide race last time out. That was back in December, but she's been very sharp, and as Maggie had alluded to, she could be forwardly placed in here.
Yeah, no, I don't think she'll be that far off. They scratched the 8, paved my way, so I won't be surprised if she's actually in front in this race. I have to think Kendrick will look to be forward with Sarah Chrome. We'll see. We'll see if maybe the 1 even shows some speed, though she hasn't really shown much in her career. It's a little murky. I won't be shocked if Out of Sight wins this race. I just feel like she had her share of chances last year, and I thought maybe the new group would be a little bit tougher, but she's a player.
She is a little bit tough with 4 starts for Dave Donkin, all 4 in the money finishes without being able to break through. 8-5, though, on the number 6, Saratoga Chrome, as they load into the starting gate, and we get ready to kick off the spring meet at beautiful Belmont Park, going 1 1/16 on the Widener Turf Course. Here is the voice of New York racing, John and Brielle, standing by with the call.
Waiting for Saratoga Chrome and Our Jessica. Number 6 broke through the gate. Riders off. We'll have a slight delay.
And as you have seen, the number 6, Saratoga Chrome, did break through the starting gate. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, from what you saw, Acacia, you said it. She broke through, and because I think the assistant starter was able to hold on to her, we saw her kind of rear up and wheel. And like I said, she is a filly that does have a bit of a sensitive mouth, so I think she actually reacted to that pressure on her mouth, as well as we do see Kendrick Carmouche behind being talked to by one of the attending EMTs. We'll see what they decide to do with her here, Acacia. Kendrick, always the dramatic type.
Maggie, thank you.
Unlike any of us.
Yeah, he seems like he's having a good time actually behind the gate. Kendrick waiting, as of course when something like that does happen, attending veterinarians here on site behind the gate to check out the horses and make sure that everything is okay. And as Maggie mentioned, the assistant starter had held on. It looks like actually a piece of her bridle may have either come unclipped or come undone, and there looks like perhaps the throat latch needed to be redone, and they will get that equipment all set for her as when grabbing onto her bridle to make sure she didn't run off and get loose, which also could be a dangerous situation. They may have, in that case, undone some of her equipment as a result.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, it's hard for me to know, but obviously they'll check her out before putting her in.
Kendrick Carmouche there waiting, it looks like.
That's the number 7, though. That's not the 6.
Oh.
That was...
The number 6, Saratoga Chrome there in front of the starting gate is Kendrick coming around the other side, and he'll get a leg up there, and looks like they will load back into the starting gate, which is good news for sure. Looks like we'll do a take two here in the opener. What a way to start off the Belmont Park meet with a little bit of excitement, but good to see everything is okay with Saratoga Chrome and Kendrick. We go back to John and Brielle.
Saratoga Chrome back in. And our Jessica will complete the field for the opener. And they're off at beautiful Belmont Park. From the inside, it's I'll Go All In, but she is passed there by Out of Sight. Out of Sight has taken the lead, and Saratoga Chrome is running in second. I'll Go All In down on the inside in third with Altade alongside in fourth. And it's Eau Claire who's running in fifth. Our Jessica's on the outside, and Rayum is the trailer in seventh. It is Out of Sight showing the way here by 3/4 of a length. Saratoga Chrome on the outside runs in second through a quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. The leader, Out of Sight, now clear by 2. Saratoga Chrome gives chase in second. I'll Go All In down on the inside, next in third. Then it's Eau Claire. Rayum has gained some ground. At the back of the pack are Our Jessica and Altade. The half in 48 and 1. Out of Sight now by 3 lengths. Saratoga Chrome remains in second. Eau Claire, I'll Go All In. Those two right together, third and fourth. It is Out of Sight, the one to catch, and she has built a 4-length lead. Saratoga Chrome remains in second. Eau Claire up on the outside in third. I'll Go All In, drops back a spot down at the rail. And then it is Rayum as the field hits the top of the stretch, 3/4, 1:13 and 1. And Out of Sight is still there. Out of Sight is in front by 5. Saratoga Chrome. Rayum moving up down towards the inside. It is Out of Sight. Rayum is a challenger here. Here comes first-time starter Rayum on the outside, and it will be Rayum to get things rolling at beautiful Belmont Park.
Michael Dickinson, as Andy mentioned, he truly is a legend, and here he comes on opening day with a 4-year-old first-time starter, Rayum, to get the win on debut.
And Trevor McCarthy comes here riding exactly as well as he was riding at Aqueduct. I mean, obviously, he had to have the horse underneath him, and he did, but you saw him saving ground, getting some position down the backstretch and just powering by the 4. No excuse, once again, for Out of Sight. If she's not going to win a race under these circumstances, you wonder when she's really going to win. Now, she'll get checked, she'll pay her way, but she's just not getting it done. But Rayum, Michael Dickinson, we talked about it, 7-1, was just so neutral.
Yeah.
It's just, you don't know with Michael. His horse could be 7-1 and run a big race like this and run 7th. You don't know, but Michael's a dangerous guy. He's now 5 for 19 with his first-time stars. I hope he's here because I know he and Maggie are always good pals, and maybe they can catch up down in the winner's circle. But Michael had her ready to roll, and Trevor did the rest.
Certainly did. 7-1 first-time starter, as it was the number 4, Out of Sight, who set the pace pretty comfortably after that incident at the gate. Saratoga Chrome was the one who was stalking throughout. She never really looked comfortable. Maggie mentioned how she was a light-mouthed filly, and I think that all of that incident really kind of got to her, and she just never really looked like she was settled.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, she was in a good stalking position, but she ran so poorly that I think you have to say that probably the start sort of jarred her, and you give her a chance the next time. It's something to remember for the next time she runs. I think the 5 ran fine coming off the layoff all around, but she may have needed a race, as Maggie suggested. And one thing to point out, they've got the turf listed as firm. Based on those times and the fractions, it's hard to think there's not a little give in the ground. That's a little on the slow side. I think the same thing happened here when we got here last year.
Yes, I mean, it is still that time of year, too. You know, we're not going to have super hot days or a lot of sunshine potentially to dry things out.
Right. We've got some sun and we've got some wind, but it did get some rain on Tuesday, and you wonder if maybe it's more on the good side. The course is in great shape, and that's one of the things, but the time suggests that it's not really a form course.
And I have good news for you. I see Michael Dickinson here in the winner's circle.
I wish Michael would come up and visit us up here. He's a great man.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we'll get a chance to hear from him in a bit, but his first-time starter, Rayum, with the win on debut under Trevor McCarthy to kick off the spring meet at beautiful Belmont Park. When we come back, we'll preview this weekend's stakes action as multiple stakes winner Value Proposition looks to add another one to the resume in the elusive quality.
Idle, perfectly timed. Idle gets up under
Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Belmont debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire, who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you, as always, by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. First race of the spring meet at beautiful Belmont Park is in the books, and it went to the number 3 Rayome for trainer Michael Dickinson. And we have a treat here. Michael in New York with us and standing by with Maggie.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Michael Dickinson, and just so much to talk about. But Rayome, she was ready to go. Michael, you had to be patient, as you were saying. Obviously a 4-year-old first-time starter, but she rewarded you today.
Yes, we've had her a year, and I give all the credit to Mrs. Brody and the farm manager Mallory, because when she came, she was a bit temperamental. Well, a lot temperamental. And yes, she didn't want to go, and she would stop, and we had... You know, we've had some good riders on her, and we've had a few tricks up our sleeve, but it's taken time. So thank you very much, Mrs. Brody. I know you're watching, because they've given me the time, but she's quite good. She got into traffic today.
And she overcame it, and I heard Trevor saying that you were a little surprised she was far back, but Trevor felt as though she was confident the whole way around there.
Yes, well, that's encouraging. Thank you.
Well, and you train at your very own Topeka farm, as my hat nearly blows off here, but that allows you to do different things, and you focused a lot the latter half of your career on developing that surface. Talk a little bit about the different tools that you have at the farm.
Well, my wife does tapeta puttings. She did the track at Golden Gate and Presque Isle and Miami. Yeah. And she's done 3 in England, which have been a big success. And last year at Presque Isle, they had no fatalities racing and training. And at Golden Gate, they had nearly 7,000 runners, and they only had 2 fatalities racing. So that was fantastic. But so it's my wife, nothing to do with me. I'm just a farm boy in Maryland who goes around and pull the weeds in the grass.
Oh, I'll take that with a grain of salt. But Michael, as always, a pleasure to catch up with you. Are we going to see you here a bit more in New York with your runners?
Yeah, maybe a few. I haven't got many horses now, but yes, maybe some more. So you were at Cheltenham. Can you explain to Cheltenham, to the Americans about Cheltenham? 4 days of championship racing, and they bet $500 million. It's amazing, isn't it? And a great atmosphere there.
They got some of my money, but I got some of it back as well, and it really, truly is the amount of people that are just so enthralled with racing. The energy is just something else.
And we took Randy Moss there, and he said it was a terrific racing experience.
I can imagine. Randy's been to a lot of racing. So, Michael, you and I will run the Cheltenham fan club, I think, for the Americans. But thank you, as always, and congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Michael and Acacia, I always give him that accolade. He is a legend at Cheltenham for training the first 5 runners home in the Cheltenham Gold Cup way back when. What year was that? 1983. Acacia.
Andy, you and I were just talking about that tremendous feat of training.
Man is a legend. There's no doubt about it. He got more into that interview than anybody in history. He was asking Maggie questions. Maybe he should have been doing the interview and talking to Maggie.
We'll see if we can get him on. Fantastic. A $17.40 winner in the opener. What a way to kick off the meet. Just terrific stuff as always. But coming up this weekend, we have plenty of stakes opportunity here at beautiful Belmont Park, and that does include the elusive Quality, a very talented horse in his own right now, a sire, and has his namesake race as we take a look at his win in the 1998 poker, excuse me.
I think he was coming off a 7-furlong track record performance before setting this track record.
Yeah.
The Jaipur used to be 7, this track record in the poker, and is a horse who kept some tremendous company. He took a brutal beat in the King's Bishop, which is now the Alan Jerkins, when Honor and Glory beat him in nose, and Honor and Glory didn't get the best of trips that day, and Distorted Humor was 3rd. It was a real sire's race, considering who was in there. He was a super, super talented horse, but man, he got on those super firm turf courses here in the summer at Belmont Park, and he just lit it up.
Tremendous performances there. Now, as mentioned, a very successful sire, his leading progeny this year. No surprise, champion sprinter Cece. And we take a look at the field, paying tribute to that talented racehorse in the elusive Quality. Coming up Saturday, it goes as race 9, 7 furlongs on the turf here at Belmont on the Widener. As mentioned, we'll take a look at Value Proposition. This is a horse that we saw come back in April at Aqueduct, finishing 3rd in the Dangerous Hour, but obviously a horse that has quite a resume, especially at the 7 furlong distance.
Well, his win in the Oyster Bay, which is what we're watching here, was very good. He dominated the field, and 7 really suited him. It got him to settle a little better. He is a bit of a quirky horse, sometimes throwing his head and doing all sorts of things. And in some races, he's lost because he hasn't really been as sort of focused maybe as he could have been. He's obviously a very talented horse, but even for Chad Brown, he's had trouble sort of having a consistency. These one-turn races, though, have suited him very well at Belmont Park. He's the one to beat, but I have a question for you. Sapper Sinclair, who I think is a very, very dangerous player in here, he's coming back awfully quick, though. Just 5 weeks since he raced in Dubai.
He did. He raced in the Godolphin Mile. He's been on dirt, turf, synthetic, everything over the last year, and will return to the grass today, or this weekend, I should say. He's actually a 4-time turf winner. I always thought he was a good turf horse.
Better turf horse.
He's intriguing, but as you mentioned, just raced the end of March at Maidan in the Godolphin Mile.
I agree, and it's nice for therapists to get a chance. And he won. It wasn't this race; it was a different name when they ran it 2 years back at this time, when he won a sort of disputed race where he could have come down. But therapist gets Joel Rosario, and I think that's going to help him a great deal in there. I thought they were the big 3.
He loves the 7 furlongs as well. Yeah. Once again, those distances that we have the opportunity to run here at Belmont Park. So looking forward to that elusive Quality coming up on Saturday at Belmont. We also have the Affirmed Success as we'll take a look at the 2002 Carter, ridden by our own Richard Migliori, the Mig in the saddle for Rick Schosberg, and we'll pay tribute to this talented racehorse this weekend as well.
I'm going to tell you, I think one of the great things about opening weekend being over at Belmont is we'll no longer have to see this clip. Because I don't think we've shown any race clip on America's Day at the Races as much as we've shown the MiG winning on the Carter. And the only real question is who's older in this picture, the MiG or Affirmed Success?
Oh, well, that's a good question, actually.
I mean, in human years, what was his horse years, right?
Yeah,
he was
we'll have to compare
about 8 or something, right?
We will. That race will go as race 3 on Friday at Belmont Park in the Affirmed Success 6 furlongs. And Rick Strasberg will be on set with us this weekend as well.
Excellent. So
he's
Rick,
a man that does many, many things.
Rick will be here. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Rick, of course, who trained Affirmed Success, and he was a tremendous racehorse, no doubt about it. I hate to miss any opportunity to tease the MiG.
Don't miss many. New York traffic, meanwhile, we all know a little bit about New York traffic, but the horse has found some good races without traffic. He is coming off of a disappointing effort, albeit behind Speaker's Corner in the Gulfstream Mile, and he gets a chance to turn back in distance once again, as we'll take a look at his win sprinting 2 back in the Hudson.
The good news is, unlike this race, the track is going to be fast, but he's run well on fast tracks, and he was dominant in here. I think the field's a little bit more complicated in some ways. There are some players in there. I think Lobster has a better chance than some people are going to say. Bank and Shea is a dangerous horse as well, but he is the horse to beat.
Bank on Shea, who tried the Grade 1 Carter last time out. He won the Pelican at Tampa prior to that. He's kind of the true sprinter, you would think, of the field, and who does like, in fact, the defending champion of the Affirmed Success is Bank on Shea, who won this race last year, now in the Barn of Ray handle.
Yeah, he was able to get away with an extremely soft pace last year when he won it. Don't know that you'll see that happening again, but I do think he's a player in there. I think Lobster's a little bit interesting, trying to bounce back from a poor effort, cutting back in distance.
Lobster, the half-brother to Chowda. Always love those names.
Lobster.
It's fantastic. New York traffic, though, the New York Bred even money on the morning line. Back here today, meanwhile, or we'll give you a look at what's coming up this weekend. Stakes for you Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The Affirmed Success on Friday, as we mentioned, Elusive Quality Saturday, and then the license fee Sunday. Great way to get people excited for all that's to come this meet at Belmont.
Yeah, and I like that we start out with these turf sprints, especially the 7, the Elusive Quality, the 7 furlong turf sprint, something that I don't know too many other tracks that can run them, but we run them here, and they're great races.
On to race 2 at Belmont today. 6.5 furlongs on the main track, and this starter allowance for fillies and mares. Taking a look at the field right now, the number 2, Chloe Rose, currently highlighted at 2-1. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but we did mention trainer Rick Schosberg, of course, the trainer of Affirmed Success. He's represented by a lightly raced filly in the second race. Hey Mama, more on her and the rest of the field after this.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on opening day of Belmont Spring Meet. Of course, Belmont, the home of the Belmont Stakes, and tickets to the 2022 Belmont Stakes are now on sale. The 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival is June 9th through the 11th and is jam-packed with excitement, featuring some of the best racing in the world, headlined by the Test of the Champion on Saturday, June 11th. Get your tickets today at belmontstakes.com. You don't want to miss out on what is always, a tremendous day of racing and a tremendous weekend of racing in particular, Andy, as we've really seen this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival grow. And these are just some of the things that we'll get a chance to see prior to June 11th.
No, great days of racing, absolutely. And the Wonder again, of course, our prep for the Belmont Oaks will be Thursday. And I suppose there's a chance that we'll see a rematch of that excellent race from this weekend at Belmont, depending on whether or not Peace Bianca goes to Ascot. Of course, Friday, a big day. New York is now a Grade 1, so we have a Grade 1 on Friday. And a plethora of Grade 1 action. Just really, just a must-see weekend. You can't miss that weekend. It really is one of those weekends that lives up to the bill.
Yeah, basically a Grade 1 in every division, which you just can't beat. As we take a look at the field for race 2, we get started here with the early pick 4, and we'll get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Acacia. As we'll take a look at number 4 in here, Bella Principessa, whom last time out, while going a mile, won the battle but lost the war, as it just proved to be a bit too far for her. And if you look at her from the physical perspective, you can see that in the way that she's put together. Just a bit more of a broader, more compact individual. She looks fantastic yet again. She's amazing that the fact that she has just held that good conditioning, an excellent coat throughout the entire winter. So it kind of speaks to the form that she had been in prior to that route try, as she does turn back here to the 6.5 furlongs, which I just ultimately think is ideal. Moving to her inside with number 3, Gentle Annie. It was a slowish pace last time, which allowed her to be a bit closer, but I hope she can do that again, because she was always a filly that I thought, or mare I should say, she's 7, that was always compromised by the fact that she was always looking for the pace to come back to her a bit. Well, I'll tell you what, 3rd off the claim here for Tally Lynch. She looks fantastic. Never a filly that I was the biggest fan of, at least as of recent times, but her coat has come back into that glowing sheen. Her muscle mass and weight is back on, and she looks as though she's feeling good. She looks like a happy horse. Again, she might be a little bit overmatched here based on numbers, but maybe not. And she looks as though she's doing really well heading into this effort, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Gentle Annie coming off the back of a win last time out. Jorge Vargas Jr. going to be in the saddle. The favorite, though, Andy, continues to be Chloe Rose. How do you expect this pace to shake out here in the second?
It doesn't look to be that strong on paper. The speeds figure to be Hey Mama and Stencil. The thing is, they're probably the 2 toughest horses to make in here, along with the 7 Red Pepper Grill. So how much the pace plays into it is hard to really know. I think the 2 Chloe Rose will be the closest to the pace of the contenders. To me, the race is between the 1, 2, and 4 primarily. I suppose Gentle Annie could be improved and could be a player in here, and she's a decent enough price. I thought the 1, 2, and 4 were the right horses. Bella Principessa, the likeliest favorite by post time, and 2 a T, who I'm picking to upset her, but I would use all 3 of them.
Bella Principessa cutting back in distance, which should serve her well as we get ready for the first main track race of the meet here, and they head out. We'll get into our post parade, starting with the number 1, 2 a T.
2 a T has just kept better company in her races. She finished behind Tell a Perfect Tale, and you look at Suspended Campaign. In general, she's met better horses, but she's going to have to reverse that loss to Bella Principessa 3 back.
Here's Chloe Rose for Gustavo Rodriguez.
I think Chloe Rose is dangerous in this race as well. She's had a little break, a couple months really since her last start. Should suit her.
Gentle Annie, the 3.
Comes across a good race, and she's run well for Talia Lynch, but she ran well in a prior race or 2 back for the Wayne Potts barn, but most of his horses seem to run well.
Taking a look at the number 4, Bella Principessa cutting back.
Yeah, I think the cut back in distance will probably help her. She's been effective in the 6 to 7 furlong range, but I don't think it really matters that much. She's got to bounce back from her last race, one of the few races in that car where the pace fell apart.
Here's number 5, Hey Mama.
Little tough to make. Probably benefited from a good rail 2 races back, and she may just not be fast enough, but she is the speed.
Giving a rider a little bit of a tough time out there on track. We do see a rider off. It looks like Jorge Vargas off Gentle Annie. More on that in a moment. But there's a look at the number 7, Red Pepper Grill.
Yeah, Red Pepper Grill's coming off a couple wins, but against massively inferior rivals.
We did see a rider off. Maggie, what's going on down there?
I actually missed it, Acacia. I saw the aftermath after Gentle Annie had dropped Jorge Vargas, who is being attended to by the EMT, kind of shaking his leg. But there was drama still with the pony rider whom was drug off his pony by Gentle Annie, rearing up and trying to get away from him, which she did eventually. She was apprehended by our lead outrider, Miguel Gutierrez here. I'm still waiting for word to see if she will be a late scratch or not, but she is heading back here to the Paddock, guys. So a little bit of a scary situation coming onto the racetrack, and we do see Tally Lynch taking the blinkers off, likely that she will be a late scratcher. And wow, her ring bit is completely dismantled. So that's why we saw her rearing up and the outrider pony coming off, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you for the update. Of course, we'll keep you posted on the number 3, Gentle Annie. And from our vantage point here on the 3rd floor, Andy, we did see the mare walk back with Tally Lynch, and we did see Jorge Vargas Jr. walk back as well, which is good news to see, as it looks like she will be a late scratch. Gentle Annie changed the numbers there on the starting gate. So do note Gentle Annie out of race 2 after that mishap stepping onto the track. We're taking a look, though, at the number 7, Red Pepper Grill right now. As far as that pace, looking like this one, pretty sharp out there on track.
Yeah, Red Pepper Grill's just overmatched in this race. I know she comes off a big win. I think that may be confusing to some people, but this is a starter allowance race, and she just won a $14,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime. So she qualifies for the race, but the difference between the kind of horses she was facing and the likes of, obviously, the 1, the 2, and the 4 is significant. So she'd have to run better than she's ever run before. And if you like her, maybe you think she's in good form recently. To me, 5-1 is a massive underlay. I just think she's meeting much, much tougher horses than she met in her prior start.
During the post parade, we did skip over the number 6, Stencil. This is one who seems to have been more effective against some lesser company as well.
I agree. I mean, what she has going for her is twofold. She is going to be forwardly placed, and the pace is a bit murky, and she's also running for Jeffrey Engelhardt, who's had just a sensational winner. Another one of these trainers whose horses are continuously running a little better than a lot of times you would expect them to run. We'll see if he brings that form over to Belmont Park from Aqueduct. The problem is she's still not really good enough in here. It's hard to see at least one of the 1, 2, and 4 not showing up with a race that's better than horses like Stencil and Red Pepper Grill. I'm not sure why Red Pepper Grill is taking so much money. Maybe Rudy Rodriguez loves this horse today. I don't know.
You do have the brothers in play today, Rudy Rodriguez and his brother Gustavo Rodriguez. Gustavo represented by the 2, Chloe Rose, who could kind of be in that catbird seat. Once again, just a reminder, the number 3, Gentle Annie, a late scratch, as you will see it officially there too. The number 1, 2, a T, we haven't talked about much, and we're seeing her on the screen right now. Short Comment says bobbled after break, and she did trip a little bit, which put her last early on, but she ran a decent race.
And I think that's an interesting point. He's just a horse with a ton of speed, but from the rail in this spot, I think Jose has to sort of ride her to get position. And you look at her races, she's been consistently running against some just better horses in general. And I think she makes a certain amount of sense for the notice. We'll see. We'll see if they can pick things up at Belmont Park, where we've seen them and heard them do very well in the past. I picked her on top, took a small shot with her and Chloe Rose. Don't have a strong opinion here. Just feel like the winner should come from one of the 3 choices, the 1, 2, or 4.
Horses finishing up their warm-ups. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
A horse that might be a decent price, it comes off of a poor effort, is number 5, Hey Mama, as she goes out for our good friend Rick Schosberg and colleague of the show. But I just thought that I liked the development from this filly, who continues to get stronger and to fill out, especially across her hindquarters. Now, if she's aggressively handled here by Romana, I would hope so, because she could work out to be the speed. Now, maybe she just won a maiden special weight where, you know, the track was kind to her and nobody else was able to make up any ground. But I'd be willing to give her another shot here, at least to use underneath at a huge, huge price, Acacia.
Biggest price on the board at 23-1. Maggie, thank you. Hey Mama, the number 5, as we load into the gate for the 2nd at Belmont Park. Here's John and Brielle.
There in the gate. And they're off. Number 4, Bella Principessa, jumped up at the start, trails the field. Here's Hey Mama out for the early lead with Stencil on the outside racing in second and Chloe Rose next in third. Red Pepper Grill is in fourth. It's a break of 2 to Bella Principessa, and 2 a T trails the field in sixth. Long shot Hey Mama is the leader here by 3/4 of a length, with Stencil racing in second and Red Pepper Grill moving up on the outside from third. The quarter went in 23 and 4. Chloe Rose is down at the rail and in fourth. Then Bella Principessa 3 lengths back to 2 a T. Up front, Hey Mama, challenged by Stencil and Red Pepper Grill, so it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. Just in behind is Chloe Rose. Bella Principessa is being asked for more. 2 a T continues to trail the half in 48 and 1 as they turn into the stretch. It is Red Pepper Grill and Stencil with Chloe Rose looking for a way through, and on the outside 2 a T is coming on, and coming on quickly. 2 a T with a last to first move. Chloe Rose has gone into second. It is 2 a T on to victory. 2 a T, the winner from off the pace. Chloe Rose was second. Stencil finished third.
2 a T. She came from off the pace today to get the win under Jose Ortiz.
I would say that was a confident ride by Jose.
Yes.
He just let her drop back in the field, and as soon as he sort of angled her out in the stretch, she just blasted by these horses. Chloe Rose behind horses, but Jose Lascano worked out a perfect trip on her. She just turned out to be second best. Bella Principessa would have finished third in here. She just had that bad break, but 2 a T was the best horse, and first time back at Belmont, we got to hear the dulcet tones of the Nodas winning a race.
2 a T.
Even in our inside position.
We did. 2 a T into the winner's circle. 1, 2, 6, 4. The number 4, Bella Principessa, who did go off as your 8-5 favorite, will have to settle for fourth. And in a moment, we'll show you what happened at that break. But the number 1, 2 a T with that confident handling, as we did hear Andy mention. This is the horse, filly, I should say. My old friend saw her quite a bit down in Florida. She likes it coming back up here to New York. Keep her eyes on the 4, though, at the break. As she leapt up a bit, and the number 4, Bella Principessa, she's typically a little bit closer than she is. It was actually less significant than I thought, but she was pretty far back.
Yeah, I think that the early position obviously cost her third, but she was never winning this race.
2 a T, the winner. More on her with prices after this. And we keep talking about the first Saturday in May. Well, what about the first Friday in May, the Kentucky Oaks? It's a deep, deep field this year. All eyes on the Breeders' Cup champ and the undefeated filly Echo Zulu as she looks to keep that streak going.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire, and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful,
kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 in the books at beautiful Belmont Park. It was the number 1 to a T, confidently ridden by Jose Ortiz, who's standing by with Maggie.
Here with Jose Ortiz, guiding to a T from last to first victory. A little bit of a different kind of tactic with her kind of turning back in distance here. Jose, how much confidence did you have? Because it looked as though you had a ton turning for home.
Yeah, I watched the replay when she won back at Parks. She stumbled badly and she came from way off it. So I decided today, you know, I saw it was some speed on the paper, so I decided to just break and give it a shot. And she made a huge run.
She did. Jose, we see you covered with some dirt. How is the track? You rode the first on the turf. How are the two tracks playing?
Oh, the turf is beautiful. As usual, here in Belmont, it's pretty good always. And the dirt, I felt a little heavy, but usually it takes a couple of days, you know, of racing, working on the track to get fast. But I think it was a little heavy now. It should be getting faster with the day or in the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think they were a little nervous overnight. The temperature's dropping to put a lot of water on it, too. And as you said, with racing, it tightens up. But we'll see you leaving us, as you typically do around Triple Crown season. But looking forward to your mounts. We were talking about the first Saturday in May, but also the first Friday. You're on Nostalgic, who took down our local prep here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I'm very excited about her. I think it's a very nice filly, and she have a bright future.
Looking forward to it. How excited do you get at this time of year as a rider?
Very excited. You know, this is what we work for all year round. You know, to get to Oaks and Derby and try to win them. Hopefully, I win both.
Get it done. I love it. All right, Jose. Well, congratulations here in the second too.
Thank you, Maggie.
Hey, never gets old winning races, but Jose, like many riders, Acacia, he wants to win those big ones too.
Oh, absolutely, Maggie. And Jose's been getting a lot of frequent flyer miles recently, been traveling. You have to go where the horses are, and he's certainly got some big chances heading into Oaks and Derby weekend.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, he's got them out in simplification for the Derby, and obviously there's a bit of a price in there, but most of them are prices. And for me, the horses from Florida, I thought he was the one with the best chance.
He's certainly an intriguing runner for Antonio Sano, as Jose Ortiz piloted to a T to victory. As we'll take a look at some more stakes action coming up this weekend, but this time at Oaklawn Park. The Bachelor for the 3-year-olds will be race number 9 on Saturday at Oaklawn. We'll take a look at Cogburn, meanwhile, for Steve Asmussen. This is a horse that we saw debut in Saratoga. Actually was favored over My Prankster, and then he went on to win his next 2 impressively, including his most recent allowance victory.
If someone could get me the phone number of the morning line maker, I'd be willing to take a little less than the 2-to-1.
I think so.
Horses. And
I agree.
I understand that they're both Steve Asmussen horses, and I think Kairama ran a 1-point better figure, but Cogburn is completely
Actually, Cogburn ran 1 point better.
Okay, Cogburn is totally loose in this race, and the other horse is a bit pace dependent. Now, I'm a fan of Kairama. I think he's a nice horse, but I gotta think Cogburn's going to be even money or less in this race. He just looked like he has such a gigantic pace edge.
So much speed. He was so fast, ran an 89 Beyer speed figure off the layoff for his first start of as a 3-year-old last time out. Steve's other runner, Kairama. Yes, this was a horse that did run in the Nashua, in the Rebel, but he is one that tends to come from very far off of it.
I agree, and I think last time was the time for him. We bet him last time at around 2-to-1, dropping down, and he just dominated that bunch. And I do think Kairama's okay, but Cogburn comes out of a race where there was infinitely more speed last time and just outran those horses. I'll be interested to see what both of them do, but Cogburn's got to be favored because of his pace edge, if nothing else.
Well, speaking of one with a potential pace edge and Steve Asmussen, he has a very talented, very fast filly on his hands, and Echo Zulu, who is still undefeated. We'll take a look at her and Hidden Connection coming out of the Fairgrounds Oaks. This was the first race of the season, the first race as a 3-year-old for Echo Zulu, who was brilliant as a 2-year-old. What's your opinion, Andy? Does she go on? Can she handle the distance now as a 3-year-old? Or was she just a very precocious 2-year-old?
I think they're all interesting questions. My answer's for her are mostly in the negative, but I don't want to discount her. She's an awfully talented horse. Obviously, Hidden Connection ran the better race in here. She was hung out 3 wide and forced to play Echo Zulu's game. I mean, some of it depends how much speed Ugary shows in this race. If Ugary gets in front of her, I think she's in trouble. And I wonder if Steve Masterton's thinking, is she really going to be one that's going to be better in this race and races like the Coach American Oaks and even the Alabama, or is she more of an Acorn Test type filly, a mile and 7 furlongs? Her talent is undeniable. How much forward she goes this year and how far she wants to go, questions that remain. Will she be favored in this race over Kathleen O? Probably, but she's vulnerable in the Oaks.
Kathleen O also undefeated, an intriguing runner for Shug McGahee, but Echo Zulu, the champion 2-year-old filly, and rightfully so. She was just out for a walk in the park in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies win, and pretty exciting that we got to see her in Saratoga and just that brilliant speed she has,
Yeah,
too.
Twice up there and once here at Belmont Park. Obviously very, very good, but the thing was, and this is not a knock on her because she was exceptional and is exceptional, but there was a dearth of talent in the 2-year-old filly division. You look at the main players in this Oaks, they're horses we never heard of last year for the most part. And horses like Kathleen O came to the fore down in Florida for Shug McGahee. She didn't debut until late in the year here in New York. Other horses as well, even horses like Nostalgic and Venti Valentine are coming to the fore. Nest, who didn't debut until going long at Belmont Park. These are horses that are really improving into the race. And the question is, are they better suited to the distance, and are they moving forward in a way that maybe Echo Zulu isn't? But Echo Zulu is very, very good. This just may not be the right race for her, as it turns out.
Well, it will certainly be an interesting conversation leading into that first Friday. And Megan, as Andy mentioned, the horses improving at this stage of the game are what makes this time of year so much fun. We head back over to today. Meanwhile, race 3 at Belmont coming up next. A mile and a 16th on the main track. And this is New York breds for 3-year-olds and upward. And as we kind of alluded to in the last race, we have the brothers. Once again, they're battling it out in the 3rd race too. Rudy Rodriguez and Gustavo Rodriguez. More on the 2 brothers and 2 talented trainers after this on America's Day at the Races.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm.
We are New York Thoroughbred breeders.
In Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know. We really work hard at it. We like our size. We like to be hands-on. It's really nice. It's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having them be well handled, you know. We really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year, kind of become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very, very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds, because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. It's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room that's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take, a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
Getting that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long wait. You know, foaling out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
And as always, you can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. We have the New York Breds in the spotlight in this third race coming up here at Belmont Park. 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. We'll take a look at the field. A couple of horses at 2-1 right now. The highlight on the number 6, No Salt, stretching out in distance after a win last time out for trainer Mike Maselli. As this is a horse who ran a big figure, ran a big race last time out, Andy.
Yeah, he's way the horse to beat in this race. It's not even close, and he figures, I can't believe he's 2-1 now. By post time, he'll be about even money if you look at the doubles. He's going to be short, and he should be. You know, this race he won, and that was on our claiming sort of championship day. His potential Achilles heel, and he's a 3-5 favorite to one like he should, was that there was no speed in the race. So they put him more in the game. In this race, between the 1, 2, and 3, it's hard to see the pace not being at least honest in here. So I think he can run more comfortably. Now, his race 2 back is a bit of a concern because he didn't run well that day. It was a tough field, but he didn't run his usual good race. But other than that, he's got nothing but races in his last 4 that beat this field. He's the one to beat. He should get a trip in this race. I'm a little interested in Vintage Hollywood, though, off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez. I think he could be a dangerous horse. Gustavo's done so well claiming horses, going around in dirt. He's 4 for 6. One of the ones that lost is the 7 in this race, and look at how much he improved in finishing 3rd off the claim. So I thought he was a threat to beat the favorite, but No Salt is way the horse to beat.
9-5 right now on No Salt, but for more on the rest of this field, let's head down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. I do like No Salt here. I definitely have no problems with him. He is a little bit of a nervous Nelly. He's always been that way, but I'm not going to hold it against him as we'll take a look at the horse who's taken some attention early on here, and that's number 3. There's a Storm Bruin, who is a speed horse, but ultimately, maybe on paper, he might be the 3rd fastest horse here. But on the flip side of that, he has the right jock on his back. And I kind of find it interesting that this is the first time that, at least as of recently, that we'll see him with a apprentice on in Jose Gomez. And I really do like speed horses with the weight allowance with apprentices on their backs because, A, it's easier to carry their speed with a little less weight on, and 2, you know, the bug riders tend to be more aggressive, tend to, you know, not be so hesitant to go for the lead. He looks good in here. He's sharp. He's always a horse that does present himself well prior to his races, but I just really like the fact that Jose Gomez is getting aboard. Now, number 4, Vintage Hollywood, as you heard Andy bring up, very good stats with Gustavo Rodriguez first off the claim here. My one concern is that this horse had been offered for 25 several times in the past, and nobody bid. Nobody went in for him. So sometimes that makes me a little bit hesitant as he does show up here. Obviously, he's a horse that has continuously run in front wraps. He honestly looks exactly the same as when I saw him for his previous connections. So we'll see, which is good. He looks healthy, and when I've watched him out on the racetracks prior to his races, he is always moving well and gets a nice aggressive warm-up. So we'll see. He's interesting based upon those numbers for Gustavo. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Vintage Hollywood, an intriguing point as he is stepping up in class today after what he faced last time out when being claimed. But certainly, as you mentioned, Andy, the barn and the proficiency with which we've seen Gustavo Rodriguez claiming horses, it really, there's so much work, first of all, that goes into choosing which horses to claim. And then sometimes when you get a horse, you have to kind of reevaluate things behind the scenes and choose another spot. Sometimes it's a claim with a certain spot in mind.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting point. And maybe he did see this spot coming up and he thought it was a reason to claim. Now, I don't know if he could have, because I don't know if this book was, well, actually, I think the Belmont book came out pretty early. So maybe he did. And, you know, I don't know. He obviously is a little concerning. He was running against much better horses, 2 back, last time better horses. His race 3 back does suggest that he has decent enough races within his reach that he can get back to those races. Now, he'll probably have to run a little better than that race, especially if No Salt shows up to win here. But Gustavo Rodriguez is 4 for 6. He's only been claiming his own for less than a year. He's 4 for 6 off the claim with dirt routers. One of them ran third. That was just right, the 7. You can see that he improved off the claim for Gustavo. So, in general, he's found the right horses to claim. It's a question of finding the right horse to claim and doing a good job with them. When you think how much he improved Hammer and Hammer. He was going absolutely nowhere, and he claimed him, and he moved up dramatically, and he's maintained that form in different barns. He's currently with Pat Reynolds. So he's done well with them, and he's a bit of a price in here. I have no idea who's betting there's a storm brewing in this race. I don't get it. He's not good enough to win this race, and he's got 2 legitimate speeds inside of him. His wins are in cakewalks of races. I don't get it at all.
We know the game of Daddy Knows. He's a runoff. That's always how he's been. He's very fast. And then you brought up the point, invest, albeit for lesser 2 starts back, but last time in tough competition, he's wired the field, and he's been very good with those tactics.
Yeah, I mean, he'd obviously have to improve off those races, and these are much better horses, but he has been as game as they come, and Daddy Knows the game horse, but both of them are forwardly placed horses, so it's hard to see them not being aggressive in here. I know Jose Gomez is aggressive as well, but there's a storm brewing in general. Has been facing significantly weaker when he's run well, and when he ran against No Salt in that race with Water's Edge, he was beating the city block.
Intriguing race here. No Salt currently at the even money favorite as he comes off the win in that Dad's Caps as they leave the Belmont Park paddock. We'll get you the post parade momentarily, but certainly how this pace will play out, always interesting in these races. Going a mile and a 16th at Belmont Park, too, Andy, we should know, especially if you have just recently started following racing, this is a 1-turn race.
Right. And the difference between 1-turn and 2-turn route races is the paces will get faster because you've got that long run down the backstretch, and you'll often see a first quarter and, let's say 23-3, and then you'll see them go 23 flat or even lower, faster as they really speed up in that straightaway. So what that does is it makes it for fairer racers for closers. Whereas in those 2-turn races, the paces are usually slower. They get the turn so quickly, they're not going to go that fast. So these races can be more advantageous for closer types.
Here's one horse that you would imagine would be part of that pace invest.
And you have to give Leadership Mongo a lot of credit. She has really turned this horse's career around in the last couple of starts, but he's now taking that next step upwards, and it's a tough one.
Here's Daddy Knows, another speed type.
I'm a huge fan of this horse. He's just a really cool horse. He did run uncharacteristically poorly last time out. Better competition, but he really gave it up much quicker than he normally does.
There is a storm brewing.
There's a storm brewing that people are betting him. He has drifted to 3-1. I don't get him in here. This is the toughest spot he's ever been in.
Vintage Hollywood, first off the claim.
He's my choice to upset this field. I thought he was a little bit interesting, but he's going to have to improve for Gustavo.
He's a nice price at 11-1. Another price is a horse taking a big step up in class. Bingo, John.
I'll say one thing. He's run as well for John Pregman as he did for Brad Cox. He just never ran that well for either one of them.
He does get back into New York Bred Company for what that's worth. Here's your favorite, No Salt.
Yeah, I mean, there's no he's a very legitimate, even money shot in this race. He's got the right kind of running style. He's not slow, so he's not going to be compromised. He drew well outside. There's nothing not to like about No Salt.
And the second for Gustavo Rodriguez, here's just right.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, he ran his best race for Gustavo. I don't think that a little more distance, though, is his friend. I wonder if he's a horse who's better going 7-ish that ran okay to mile last time, but I don't know if a mile 16th is going to be particularly helpful to him.
Towards the start of his career, definitely more of a sprinter type. So we'll see how he handles that mile on the 16th distance today. Even money on the favorite. However, as we mentioned, you do have both of the Rodriguez brothers well represented in this race, and they are standing by with Maggie.
You asked me something that I can...
I'm the meat in the Rodriguez sandwich. I got these two slices of bread here. It's Gus and Rudy Rodriguez. Now, for people who don't know, you started off together. You were Rudy's assistant. So what kind of gave you the confidence to go out on your own?
Brian Novak. No, you know, we, you know, Andrew Gordon, my partner, every time we wanted to claim a horse, you know, most of the time we had no chance because Rudy already, we asked Rudy, and he said, you know, I got Michael Dabb, I got Vincent Scuderi, Jimmy Riccio, and every time we wanted to claim a horse, we had no chance. And Andrew and Brian Novak, he goes, guys, you got to go on your own, man.
Well, Rudy, you're ruining it for your brother.
No, I'm making it good for him. But according to the plan, Brian Novak got all the credit.
Well, guys, now we know you. You're a bit of the extrovert. You're a bit of the introvert. So, who wanted to train horses first?
He pretty much pushed me. I want to keep riding bad horses.
Keep riding bad horses.
I took him like a few times to the hospital. I said, Rudy, I think we gotta start doing this. And I pushed him for like a few years, Maggie, but he didn't want to do it. I say, you got me. I say, back up. You got me. We can do it. And he, you know, at that time he was riding nothing but cripples. And, you know, many times we used to take him to the hospital. I said, Rudy, one day you won't be able to get up, and then that's it. Finally he, you know, he said, let's do it. And then this is like more than 10 years ago, Maggie.
Well, and with a lot of success. It's a safer option, but it's also the tougher option at times, Rudy, training horses. But we've seen you at the Breeders' Cup as you're wearing your Breeders' Cup hat. What, are you proud to see your brother out on his own now?
Definitely. I'm very proud of him. He's doing an unbelievable job. And hopefully we can continue. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you.
Don't cry.
No.
I'm kidding. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Good to have a little bit of fun, and best of luck here. Who wins?
I hope we can get lucky. They hit, or hopefully he win, or hopefully we win.
Such a diplomatic answer.
Let's hope they run good. If they run good, it's all good, Maggie. If we win, we celebrate.
Aha, that's right. A couple of beers, a little champagne later, guys. Thank you so much. Always fun to catch up with the Rodriguez brothers. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. The Rodriguez brothers well represented coming up here in this next race, as we do have some news to share as well. Jorge Vargas Jr., after being unseated in the second race, will be off his remaining couple of mounts today. So we'll keep you posted with some of those rider changes. But do take note of that if you're looking ahead a little bit. Meanwhile, in this third race here, No Salt currently 3-5 as the favorite. Too short for you?
Yeah, that's a little bit on the short side. He is the horse to beat, but they're basically betting as though he can't lose. I thought my horse, Vintage Hollywood, would take more money. I thought Dave Aragona was right to make him a bit of a price, but no, 5-1, but nobody's betting on him. They're betting this race as though No Salt can't lose. May well be the case. We'll find out.
We'll find out soon enough, as the number 3, There Is a Storm Brewing, has drifted up a little bit to 5-1. Daddy Knows, looking to rebound off that poor effort, is currently 4-1 under Trevor McCarthy, who looks for his second win on the day. They load into the gate for the third race. New York Breds in the spotlight. Here's Johnny I with the call.
Waiting now for No Salt and Just Right. Ready for race 3. And they're off. Number 3, there is a storm brewing, just walked out of the starting gate and is the trailer. Invest is the early leader with Daddy Knows, and alongside Vintage Hollywood. They are heads apart, second and third, and gaining ground on Invest. It's a break of 4 lengths back to the favorite, No Salt, who runs in fourth. On the outside is Just Right, and then comes Bingo John, and after that slow beginning, there's a Storm Bruin is at the back of the pack. The opening quarter, 23 and 4. It's a 3-way battle up front. Invest is at the rail. In between horses is Daddy Knows, and on the outside is Vintage Hollywood. Now, Vintage Hollywood goes on with it to grab the lead from Invest, and Daddy Knows is racing in third. No Salt is fourth, 5 lengths from the front. Bingo John is down at the rail, and alongside is Just Right, and farther back there is a Storm Bruin, and Vintage Hollywood now steps away here. Vintage Hollywood has opened up a 4.5 length lead. No Salt now picks it up on the outside, and No Salt is gaining ground quickly. It's Vintage Hollywood challenged by No Salt. Just Right is just in behind in third. Bingo John down at the rail. The half-mile win in 48 seconds as they come for the quarter pole. 3 quarters in 13 and 4. It is Vintage Hollywood and No Salt on the outside with Just Right in third, and then Bingo John. Here is No Salt now to take over the lead. And No Salt is quickly in front by 3. Vintage Hollywood is back running in second, and then Just Right in third. With a 16th to the finish, no problem for No Salt. No Salt, the winner here by 4.5 lengths, and it's a very tight photo for second between Vintage Hollywood and Just Right.
No Salt, the favorite, a winner under Dylan Davis. However, Andy, this race tactically was very different during the actual running versus what it looked like on paper.
Right, and while those fractions may seem slow, 23 and 4 or 48, they really weren't that slow because there's a huge headwind in the backstretch. I don't know what was going on with Vintage Hollywood because he really ran well. He blew second there because of the kind of ridiculous riding style. I don't know. I anticipated him closing in here. He ran extremely well, but was caught second. Maybe he worked as a rabbit to help Just Right get second, but No Salt was too good for these.
Meanwhile, as we take a look at the start, keep your eyes on the 3, leaping up at the break. This was a horse that was bound to be part of that early pace, and certainly the break there with Jose Gomez in the saddle, you would think that that's something that dramatically changed the way that this race might have been run.
In theory. But the way Vintage Hollywood showed this ridiculous speed, you could never have thought he was a perfect substitute if you wanted the pace to fall apart. And that's what really helped the pace fall apart. And, you see those fractions, your initial reaction is, oh, he's up front because they're going slowly. They weren't going slowly. There's a huge headwind. And you see even the final time, a 146 and 1. Vintage Hollywood obviously should have finished second here. He wasn't going to beat No Salt, but it was. I don't really understand how he ran off. Where in his PPs do you see him at all involved in this pace? It's very strange.
Total change of tactics today. The 7 Just Right, the stablemate, was able to get up for a second in that tight photo finish. 6, 7, 4, 5 in the third at Belmont Park, as No Salt is just too good. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about that first Saturday in May as trainer Todd Pletcher looks for his 3rd Derby victory, looking to make a little bit more Derby magic. Inducted into the Hall of Fame last year and looks to keep going. More on that after this.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common: speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, the brilliant Eclipse Award champion and record setter who raced medication-free and stands now at Claiborne Farm. Race 3 at Belmont in the books, and do note that the number 3 there is a Storm Bruin, has been declared a non-starter after the beginning of that race. But the favorite, a winner and much the best, No Salt, trained by Mike Maselli, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Poor, I know, we got Mike, the shortest person on the slant here, so he looks even shorter. Sorry, Mike. But Mike, a former rider himself. But Mike, you've really turned the career of No Salt around. 2nd win in a row, 3rd overall for you. You just have him in raging form right now. What kind of has been the key to his success lately?
You know, a fellow named Scott Volk had him down in Monmouth Park, and he did a great job turning him around. And then he shipped him up to me, and he's never taken a back step. You know?
He has. He's
just gone forward with every race. He's a pleasure to have.
He certainly looks it physically, and
2 good owners that gave me the horse, so everything went fine.
And Irving, I'm really scared I'm going to lose my hat, so sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Just let it fly away.
There you go, let it fly.
But you guys picked it up, this guy. Wait,
yes.
For 7,500?
Yeah, it was amazing. We actually, what happened was we had a horse called Broadway Joe at Saratoga, and we ran a race where Maiden's 40 at Saratoga. No Salt won that. He ended up with Wesley Ward in Turfway, and for 7,500, my friend called me from Ohio. He said, "You know that New York State bred No Salt?" I said, there was a 4-way shake on the horse, so we got it.
I remember him actually in his training. He was a bit of a bad boy, No Salt, with Belmont.
Yeah, Dominic, who's the exercise boy, was working for Mott, and he said he was a bad boy at the time, yeah. So, you know, he was familiar with the horse, and Mike has him as an exercise. He's a fantastic exercise guy. And Dominic is unbelievable. And it's just a pleasure to be around Mike and have the crew. They're so professional.
Now, Broadway Joe, is that named after you?
No, it wasn't. But I wanted it. It was a great horse, had a great disposition. Picked it up, wasn't successful, but thankfully it rolled over to No Salt, hopefully for continued success. And I'm appreciative of Mike Maselli and Scott Volk. Scott Volk, of course, yeah.
I miss Scott Volk. Good guy.
Yeah,
he used to train around here. But guys, congratulations. Huge.
Yeah, thanks again.
And well done, Mike.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Well, really happy faces down here, and they've really got this whole team, No Salt, going in the right direction, Acacia. And I like salt on my margaritas. How about you?
I'm Team Salt, Maggie. I agree with that. But I loved hearing all the enthusiasm from all of the team here. Cinco de Mayo coming up next week as well. I know you're excited to celebrate, Andy.
I'm with you guys on salt. I'm in the salt department as well.
No Salt, though, the winner, $3.10 victory for trainer Mike Maselli and the whole team, which is so much enthusiasm surrounding that talented racehorse. Well, now, coming up as the first Saturday in May, get gets closer. As we saw last year, trainer Todd Pletcher was inducted into the Hall of Fame, but since then he's far from rested on his laurels, now seeking his third Kentucky Derby victory. As we look back, it all seems to come together. Todd Pletcher, he was born for this.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
relationship. He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you," you know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and the assessing and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, lights down, Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, stay thirsty, Alice Malice, quality road, left bank, cross traffic, lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work. And I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because of a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher inducted in 2021, 7-time Eclipse Award outstanding trainer, has won 5 Triple Crown races, 2 of them in the Kentucky Derby, and he looks for his 3rd this year.
Now, Todd's record speaks for itself, obviously, and the incredible success he's had. And I think his lasting legacy in the game is the number of stallions he's created. You rarely look at a race, especially a 2-year-old or a maiden race anywhere, and even in New York or anywhere really, and not see 2 or 3 horses that were sired by different horses that Todd Pletcher trained. He's just had a great career in all different departments. He continues to do well. He's had a lot of people work for him, gone on to great success, and he's a lot funnier than most people realize. I wish he would use that sense of humor more publicly. He's got a great personality. I think sometimes people think he's kind of dry or he's dull, and he's anything but. He's not only bright and incredibly well-spoken, but he's also a funny guy, just an entertaining guy, as you well know, Acacia, from dealing with him.
He has a terrific sense of humor, that's for sure. And speaking of successful horses by stallions that he trained, one of his big Derby chances by a stallion that he trained, Mo Donegal, my Uncle Mo, as we take a look at his win in the Wood Memorial. And obviously this was a horse that we knew had a lot of talent, and he seems like he is a little bit of a quirky horse, and this was a big breakout performance from him.
It was, but he's run other terrific races before. You know, it's hard to say this about Irad Ortiz, who's won multiple Eclipse Awards, but it's a tough act to follow for him because you can't give a better ride than Joel Rosario gave this horse.
Terrific.
And Joel's ride is really the difference. If he had tried to go around the field in this race, he was not going to beat early voting. It took an absolutely perfect ride to beat the talented early voting. I'm a fan of Mo Donegal. I've always liked this horse, and I think he is a potential player in the Derby. Is he a better horse than Zandon? He did finish mildly ahead of him with an easier trip in the Remsen, but he got such a good ride in here. I think he has a shot in the Derby, though. It'll be about 5 million people in the winner's circle. Half of the Derby crowd will be there.
Look at how many were here just for the Wood Memorial.
130, I believe, or something is the number that Jerry Crawford brought out.
There was a lot of excitement down there for sure after the Wood Memorial. Obviously a huge prep onto the Kentucky Derby, and huge success for their runner that day, Mo Donegal, and on his way to the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, he's a player in the race, and they'll draw that race. Both the Oaks and Derby cards are being drawn on Monday. So you get a chance to see how the field lays out, and looking forward to taking a look at them. And it's not, to me, the post positions don't really matter. I just kind of like to look at the field together and see how they come together.
Yeah, always exciting, as we mentioned with the fillies earlier, with these 3-year-olds and how they are developing. As another race that Todd Pletcher's had a lot of success in is the Florida Derby, which he's won 6 times. This year he finished 2nd, though, with the lightly raced Charge It. Maggie, what do you make of this intriguing and well-bred runner as he faces much tougher now?
Acacia, I don't feel qualified to talk about him as you have seen this horse far more than I have, but what I can surmise from his replays is that he is a big, well-built son of Tapit. As you mentioned, the pedigree, the dam, a sister to Will Take Charge and Take Charge Indy, and obviously the Grand Dam, Take Charge Lady, Broodmare of the Year, so on and so forth. So a massive pedigree to live up to. Now, as you mentioned too, he's only had the 3 starts. That could play unfavorably into his chances in the Kentucky Derby, because we still saw in the Florida Derby that there was still some greenness. The lack of experience showed through in that he had to take dirt, and then Luis Saez and pouring him around the turn, and then he kind of was lugging in and all over the racetrack, but he still kept coming. So there's no denying the fact that this is a true kind of classic distance type of horse. It's just how will he handle 19 other horses running around him, but at least he's shown that ability to lay somewhat close to a pace. So if Todd can get him ticking over and handling everything well leading into the Derby, he could be a horse that maybe gets a piece of this year's running.
He's an intriguing one, that's for sure. Maggie, thank you, as it seems that Target has gotten a lot of people excited so far as to how he could potentially move forward. But Andy, you had mentioned to me, which I agree with, he's a tricky horse to read. Maggie mentioned that greenness we saw from him in his debut. He was beaten by a far more seasoned runner who was coming back from 2-year-old starts. And he's one that has talent and has ability. It's just, is he going to be able to stack up against these?
That's really the ultimate question. And is he a horse that's going to get his act together at some point, whether it's in the Derby or another race, because he's clearly good. And the other thing is, horses coming from Florida, they can seem to go either way. Sometimes the horses will move forward, but frequently you've seen horses that have run very well at Gulfstream, and they just don't seem to transfer that form to other racetracks. We'll see. A lot of question marks for Target, but he's an intriguing horse in the Derby, whether you like him or not.
He is a homebred for Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm, and a horse that has continued to progress along in his start so far, but obviously much deeper waters into the Kentucky Derby. We head back to present day. Meanwhile, for race 4 at Belmont Park, we'll be on the inner turf sprinting, going 6 furlongs. It's a $30,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life, 3-year-olds and upward, as it's a pretty wide open board right now. A couple horses at 7-2 on the board. We'll talk more about this race after this. Boom, boom, kaboom. One of the players in this 4th race getting back on the turf. More on him and the rest of the field after this break.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree, with progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales. Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, as we want to remind everybody that the spring meet at Churchill Downs is also set to begin. Things kick off Saturday, April 30th, and we'll have it for you here on America's Day at the Races. And of course, looking forward to seeing all of the fans out of all ages as we get ready for the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks next week. Saturday is opening day, of course, May 6th and 7th, some of those big days, the marquee days of Churchill Downs meet. And of course, that wraps up on July 4th.
And just announced elaborate plans for a very impressive-looking new paddock area yesterday. Going to cost around $200 million, and those are around. You can see a drawing of it. It looks pretty impressive.
And the new turf course in play at
Yep.
Churchill Downs as well. We get ready, meanwhile, in New York to kick off the pick 6. Here is the post parade, starting with the one, Maddie's Marauder.
Yeah, this race reminds me of a Jackson Pollock picture. They're all over the place. Maddie's Marauder seems like one of the more unlikely winners. Hasn't been on the turf in a while.
Here's the 2, Mach 1, who did start his career on turf.
And he ran incredible races for trainer Danny Gargan, and he has potential to wire the field. He's an overlay at 11-1. How is he the second longest shot on the board? He's a player
Way
here.
too big a price.
Ridiculous.
Here's the 3, Might As Well Run.
And like that, he goes to 8-1. Might as well run. First time on the turf, Rodriguez, half to a couple of turf winners, not particularly strong turf winners, but there is turf in the pedigree.
Here's the 5, FOMO.
This one seems to be a little bit slow coming in from Laurel. Hasn't run in a while. One of the less likely winners, lesser.
Next, we'll go to the 6, Kid Bourbon, who cuts back.
He's the most talented turf runner in the field, but those races were at much longer distances, and it's hard to be confident that he'll be effective going 6 furlongs.
How does he handle sprinting in here, the son of Lemon Drop Kid? Scratch 7 and 8 as they remain track-only runners. Here's Karnak.
Of course, Karnak, the old Johnny Carson skit I used to love from years ago. He's second off a layoff. He'd probably have to improve of his best race. He's a bit of a fuzzy.
And then we get to your tepid favorite, Boom Boom Kaboom.
I picked him on top, thinking he's improved a bit in the dirt lately. He's a better turf horse getting back to that surface.
And do note we have still the 12 marathoner, first time on the turf.
Yeah, he's a little tough to make. He's a half-to-1 turf winner, but it really isn't much pedigree. He'd have to improve dramatically, but he isn't more than ready for what it's worth.
Big price on the board as the blinkers go on as well. We go back to the number 6, Kid Bourbon. As you mentioned, he's run some good turf races at Belmont back last summer, but those were going a mile and a 16th.
Yeah, it's a very, very different animal, 6 furlongs, a mile and 16th. And this is his race back on May 14th when he lost at 4-5. Fame to Famous was a big long shot ridden by Heeman Harkey, who Heeman sort of caught all the supposed great riders sleeping as he went off to a big lead and a very tepid pace, and he was able to hold off Kid Bourbon. This race is faster than it's likely from a speed figure standpoint this race to go, but there's a huge difference between mile and 16th races and 6 furlongs, and he just strikes me as a horse that has no speed, that's just not likely to be proficient in the distance. Having said that, he is the best turf horse in the race. He'll probably be favored by post time. I'm surprised he's as big a price as he is. He is the co-favorite with the 10 in the doubles. We'll see where he ends up.
He is an intriguing prospect given the fact that he is 9-2. The number 10, meanwhile, Boom Boom Kaboom, broke his maiden finally last time out. He gets back on the turf, though, where he started his career and he is bred for.
Yeah, this is a solid effort. We finished 3rd. This is his last turf start. He's got overall better form in the turf in order to win. He seems to have improved a bit this winter on the dirt, and I'm kind of hoping he transfers his improvement. Believe me, I don't have a strong opinion in this race. This was a very, very tricky race. I picked the race 10-9, 6-2. I could use any of them. I could even throw the 3 in. This is a crapshoot of a race. It's just hard to have an definitive opinion on anybody, and I picked this horse. I never thought he'd be 3-1.
It's a real puzzle, that's for sure. His horses finish up their warm-ups. Let's go trackside and get Maggie's take on this tricky race. Maggie.
Well, that's the thing. It's hard to really be excited about anybody in here. Boom Boom Kaboom, he finally broke his maiden last time out. He's always a horse that physically looks great. And to be honest, he does look more like a turf sprinter than anything else that he has done in his career. But let's talk about number 6, Kid Bourbon. Is he a turf sprinter? That's the thing. He is a horse that I will admit that going way back when in his career in 2019, I was dubious about him stretching out. Well, we haven't seen him do anything but run and route races since then. And I questioned the stretch out because he's just such he's a bigger horse, but he's so well developed in his hind end. I mean, he truly kind of has that apple bottom where both sides of his hindquarters are elevated, and he just looks very powerful from that respect. So I'm okay with him obviously getting back to the turf. I just wish there was a little bit more form to back up the fact that I do think he might be okay sprinting, but a lot of times horses can get a little bit more run off their feet when they turn back in turf races than when they are doing it on the dirt. As we'll move on to one of 2 horses trying the turf for the first time, number 3, Might As Well Run. As you guys are saying, does have a little bit of turf pedigree, though it was in mediocre races that 2 of those 3 siblings won on the turf. Honestly, he doesn't really look like a turf horse. Then again, the Emshawishes, they will reach out and grab you from a physical perspective as turf runners, though those front wraps do stay on and just the fronts as well. And he's going to have to turn back two here, which I'm not overly enthralled with either. As we'll move on to number 9, who I find it is a bit intriguing. That's Karnak for No Delacour. He debuted going long, and he looks like a horse that wants to run long, but obviously things didn't go well. Then he kind of gets, I know he won going the 5/8 at Tampa, but going the 5/8 at Gulfstream, I feel it's really tough to do. It's tough to make up ground, and he was well back in that field. Now he's second off the bench. He looks so fit. I mean, he looks more fit than horses that have run more recent races than what he has, and I like the 6 for him. I wish it was 7, but I'll take 6 because he is such a tall, leggy individual where just a little bit more ground, I think, is going to aid him, and I'm going to take a shot at with him occasionally, though I wasn't expecting 4-1 either on this No Delacour runner.
Maggie, thank you. Karnak taking attention, second off the layoff for Arno, called by Pioneer of the Nile. Pick 6 kicking off here. We're sprinting on the turf. Here's John and Brielle with the call for race 4 at Belmont.
In the gate. And the rough. FOMO is out for the early lead. Boom, boom, kaboom is next, and down on the inside, Mach 1 moves up along with Might As Well Run. On the outside is Marathoner, who's running in 5th, followed by Karnak in 6th. And at the back are Kid Bourbon and Matty's Marauder. It's FOMO in front here by 3/4 of a length. On the outside, it is a Marathoner now moving into second with Boom, Boom, Kaboom in third. The quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. It's FOMO by a neck. On the outside is Marathoner in second. Boom, Boom, Kaboom in behind, running in third. And then Mach 1 next in 4th, followed by Might As Well Run in 5th. On the outside is Kid Bourbon, who's moving up a spot. Down at the rail is Karnak. Matty's Marauder is the trailer. They come off the turn and enter the stretch, and it is a FOMO down at the rail. Boom, boom, kaboom, looking to come on through in between horses. Marathoner is there, and it is Mach 1 on the outside. It is wide open here. Boom, boom, kaboom, and a FOMO. And on the outside, Kid Bourbon coming on. Boom, boom, kaboom, and Kid Bourbon. They come on for the finish. Boom, boom, kaboom.
I think, Johnny, I enjoyed that call of Boom, Boom, Kaboom, getting the win here back on the turf under Eric Cancel.
And his newfound speed is serving him well at here, right? I mean, the fact that he was able to be forward with 2 long shots in the race got him that position. You know, Kid Bourbon actually ran fine in here.
He did.
Made a little bit of move. He just couldn't outfinish this horse. But you almost wonder, did he have to expend too much energy to get himself into the race to get to that point? And the winner's just a more natural sprinter. I'll be honest, I picked him. I would not have bet him at 5-2 in this race, but he got it done, and Eric Cancel ended up giving him a very nice ride to get the victory.
10-6-5-1 as Longshot FOMO, who had an aggressive ride from Dylan Davis, held on for third, but 5-2 on the number 10. Boom, boom, kaboom, getting the win and back on the turf for George Weaver, who seems like his barn is continuing that good momentum we saw over at the Big A.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, they just turned it around at the beginning of April. They're going to be sorry to see April go. Hopefully for them, May and June will continue to be well as we head up to Saratoga. And George Weaver used to have these great meets every year in Saratoga.
Yeah.
Kind of cooled off the last few. Maybe this year he can have another one. Tremendous numbers for about 7 or 8 years.
Certainly seems to have the firepower this year. 5-2 winner. Boom, boom, kaboom, though, into the winner's circle. Getting back on the grass as Andy. That'll do it for us on the set. I'll be back reporting later. I think I need to get some extra layers to go out in the wind, but looking forward to many more shows at Belmont with you this week.
I agree. Time flies and you're having fun. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We'll be doing it again.
I'm sure we will. But meanwhile, Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori standing by to take you the rest of the way on the set. Stay with us here on America's Day at the Races. We are just about halfway through this exciting day, opening day at beautiful Belmont Park.
The
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 quarter. Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
He seems like he's the type of horse, you know, he likes to try to see what he can get away with and stuff like that, you know, and but he's not really aggressive or anything like that. He don't try to hurt you or nothing. He just likes to interact with you quite a bit, you know, and just play around.
He's a medium-sized horse. He was obviously turf. He's by Dubawi. He's got a huge pedigree. I mean, it's the Jude family and Quarter Moon and Ruby Tuesday, which has been very successful. And Dubawi's turned out to be a pretty good sire of sires in Europe right now. So I'm excited about it. I mean, you know, the foals all look a lot like him. They're kind of brown packages with maybe just a little white on them. There's not a lot of white or a lot of chrome, as they might say, but he's really stamped them.
Very alert. I mean, he's curious, as you can see. He's always wondering what's going on.
He had an immense amount of talent. Unfortunately, he was not shown on the racetrack. He pulled up lame in the Belmont Derby. He was 3 for 3 going into the race. Peter Brandt, very high on this horse. He thought he was one of the most talented horses he's ever had, which that often says a lot too. He's very well supported by Peter and the syndicate. He bred 102 mares his first year. He's by Dubawi, who's arguably one of the best sires in the world. And we think we're in a very good position with him.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, continuing live coverage of opening day of this Belmont meet. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori with you here on this Thursday program. Great to be back at Belmont and so many big races to come. It's kind of a sign, I guess, when you get here, it's just a harbinger of what's ahead.
Well, of course, the next big thing is probably the Belmont Stakes. We'll build up to the Belmont Stakes, and then, of course, the Turf Series with the Belmont Derby, and then not long after that, Saratoga. But let's live in the moment. Let's enjoy Belmont Park. Always great to be here on opening day.
We're looking forward to it. I hope you are as well. Thanks for being with us. We're getting to the start of the first leg of this Late Pick 5. Underway in the Late Pick 5. But let's look ahead to part of the sequence. Race 7. Compact field. I had a very difficult time with this race. An allowance optional claiming group. More Grateful, Kendrick Carmouche coming off that riding title for the winter meet or the spring meet at Aqueduct. Michelle Giangiulio off to claim. This one has faced a really good one named Whistling Bird's last out. Before that, Mig, huge 96 Beyer speed figure in the slop.
Yeah, but was it a function of the slop? It looks like he's just running over the top of the ground. A horse really loving that sealed racetrack. He's shown flashes of ability, but this was by far and away his best. And I gotta feel like it was aided by that wet track, Greg.
Yeah, it's rare this horse. I mean, the horse has run similar numbers, but not for a while. Still, one of the many contenders in this group. And coming out of that, as I mentioned, faced a really good one who's won 3 in a row, Whistling Birds. That man right there is going to ride. Just claimed the second New York riding title of his career. It came down to the wire and edged out Dylan Davis by 1 victory.
It sure was an exciting jockey race, and it came down to the last day, and he clinched it. And you can just see how happy he is to get that done. It's such a source of pride for a rider, a trainer, or an owner, anybody, to be leading at a prestigious meet, and all of New York meets are prestigious, whether it's at Aqueduct, Belmont, or Saratoga. To be #1 in New York, what do they say? If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
Yeah, I had a record 4 straight riding titles at Parks, but to win and now become, say, you're a multiple leading rider in New York, something that Kendrick Carmouche can say. It's pretty special. We got the late pick 5, as mentioned, coming up next. 6 furlongs on the turf as we look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Part of that late pick 5, that race we showed you, race 7, that 8th race as well is a very good one, where we're going to see Doubly Blessed, who's coming off a stakes win in the More to Tell. Prior to that, he was second to Green Light Go. He was great at stakes placed, even though it was a compact field against Life is Good.
Yeah, and you know what? These are just those hard-knocking, hard-hitting, to me, the backbone of our game, meat and potatoes kind of horses. Doubly Best, so good on this day. And another one kind of running over that good sealed track. He is 4 for 4 in the wet, but he's run good races on fast tracks as well.
Now you just look at the form he's kept too. I mean, obviously there's some big names that he was running behind. Green Light Go, Life is Good, some others in there as well. He looks like he's going to be the horse to beat, but there's several in there that can run the kind of figures he can. It's going to be a good race, that 8th one. We'll see.
It does kind of jump off the page when you see Life is Good in there. I mean, and, you know, he was well beaten, but he ran against Life is Good.
Was a 4-horse field. He was 3rd, but he's great at stakes place. It's on the resume, and no one else really kind of tackling that competition. That's coming up later. That's our feature race on this opening day card here at Belmont. This game's so funny sometimes. This horse right here took forever to finally get the first win of his career. Boom, boom, kaboom. Started out 0 for 23. Now he's 2 for his last 2.
Well, sometimes when they break through and they get that win, they go, hey, this isn't so bad. Everybody makes a big fuss over me. They take my picture. I get extra pats and maybe a couple extra candies back at the barn. But he worked out a really nice trip here under Eric Cancel. From post 10, found the inside, was able to sift out and split horses, make the lead late. You don't want to hit the front too early with a horse like this, because sometimes they'll have a tendency to shut down. But I'll tell you what, he was much more professional his last 2 starts, where he really kind of finished the deal, didn't hang, if you will, and boom, boom, kaboom, decided he likes the game.
Broke his maiden on dirt, wins first time against winners on turf. George Weaver had a great Aqueduct spring meet, and picking right up where he left off here with boom, boom, kaboom. And as you see, Eric Cancel aboard for the victory there. Late pick 5 on the turf. New York bred maiden special weight group to kick off this opening day late pick 5. First of the meet, Yarrow coming off the bench here for Christophe Clement, as expected, taking plenty of money.
Yeah, plenty of money. All of his races last year into November were good enough to win this. And Christophe is such a good trainer, on the Hall of Fame ballot this year. Feels like this could be the year he jumps over the broom, if you will, and gets inducted. It will happen sooner or later, hopefully sooner than later.
We'll get a look at this entire field coming up. We'll have the post parade for the first leg of this late pick 5 when we return. Yarrow, Javier Castellano will be aboard for the Clement barn. 4-year-old son looking at Lucky, trying to win in his 5th turf start and break his maiden.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, Millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by NyraBets, where you can play it all. Get signed up, go to nyrabets.com, download the app, and get involved in this late pick 5 we have coming up on opening day at Belmont. It's approaching the 10-minute mark to post. Also get involved with this new triple play pick 3. Belmont Park, new wager, $3, or triple play pick 3, I should say, $3 pick 3 on the last 3 races at Belmont each Sunday. Learn more at Nyra.com/triple play. And lower takeout now for that wager as well, just announced. Pick 5 coming up. Again, it'll be on the Widener turf. Rolls out on the Widener 9 feet. And it's still Yarrow for Clement. Off the bench right now, the favorite. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll take a look at the 3 main horses in here, as well as a long shot I'm a little bit intrigued by. But Yarrow is kind of one of those rare horses that begins their career going long and then now has subsequently turned back more and more with each and every start. But I like the fact that he is kept sprinting for this 4-year-old Bal. He is very mature acting, not that he was a bad actor before, but just very relaxed here in the paddock. But he's filled out yet once again, and he's just built more like a sprinter. He's broad, he's a little bit more short-legged, so I think these conditions, as 6 furlongs here on the turf, suits him well, and he looks as fit as you could possibly have a horse like him. Moving on to number 3, Citizen K. I really like here in the paddock, but his lack of early speed does tend to hurt him, as it did last time. He's just a horse that really doesn't have much footing early on, and while he comes with the run, it's usually after most of the race is over. I like him here in the paddock. He's well turned out, very well prepared for this start back to the races now as a 4-year-old. I'm just hoping that he can sit a little bit closer. I was looking at the blinkers. They haven't changed that, just a short cup on him. We'll see. He is fairly keen, but he's been that way in the past without showing any early speed either. Moving on to number 9, that's Bucker 2. He comes back now as a 3-year-old. He'll get Lasix and blinkers on for this start here for trainer Michelle Nevin. And he's one that last year took a little while to kind of look fit and get together, and I'm kind of picking up the same vibe here as he has just a short cup cheater blinker. His coat hasn't turned either. He's kind of got that clip, and it just looks a little bit dull and wispy, and he just lacks some definition. So while I respect him, and certainly as a newly turned 3-year-old, I'm sure that there's an upward move in him, I just don't know if we'll see it here today. Then to his inside is another 3-year-old, though he has recency, and he's going to be a big price in here. Dancing with Rico. I like the fact that since Chris Englehart claimed this horse, he's shown an ability to sit just a bit closer. But I was so adamant this horse was nothing but a turf horse. So I like him getting back to the turf here. And first time out, he just didn't look all that prepared as far as fitness. So I think he's a bit intriguing here at what will be a big price, returning to what could be, Greg, his preferred surface.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. We will find out here coming up. Look who just walked through the screen.
Sir Tom Morley. God, that was a perfect segue from Maggie finishing up and her husband Tom walking through the frame.
Here's Yarrow. So here's our current 5-2 favorite, Clement Javier Castellano. This one 4-year-old now, making his 4-year-old debut. Last two came sprinting, and this was back on November 27th, his last start.
Yeah, and he ran well. To me, he kind of ran a little bit evenly. You'd like to see maybe just a little bit more turn of foot. He can find better position than the horse outside of him, Citizen K. They come out of the same race. They were a neck apart this day. But Citizen K with a big close where he kind of lays up a little closer and to me stays on, doesn't really have a turn of foot. That's what it appears to me at least. Maybe it'll be different now as a 4-year-old.
Show you the rest of this race here. And, you know, we talked about this with a stakes race and with Pizza Bianca for Christophe Clement in terms of his philosophy bringing runners back off the bench.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, Christophe is a trainer that tends to build horses into a campaign. I think he had a better trip than Citizen K, who was, you know, waiting, searching for room before finally angling out, where he got to save all the ground. And, you know, had to alter course mildly here late to come out, never could catch the leader. But if you look at these two trips, Citizen K was a better horse on this day.
I'm with you. Better price right now. It's 7-2. There's the one we just showed you who is the favorite, Yarrow, for Clement. So 4-year-old debut for the son of Looking at Lucky coming up. Yeah, I didn't see as much separating these two to see that price disparity. Obviously, the fact that it's Clement is going to attract a lot of that money.
Yeah, but, you know, at the end of the day, if you watch replays, and that was a perfect example of it, one horse had basically an absolute perfect turf trip, and that was the 2 Yarrow, where Citizen K had less than an ideal trip. It wasn't a terrible trip, but it wasn't nearly as good as Yarrow's, and they only finished a neck apart.
Pick 5 pool closing in on $100,000 on our first of the meet. Get to this post parade here coming up in a moment. On a gorgeous day here to kick off the meeting in Belmont, New York. Free $25 Derby play and that $200 deposit match when you get signed up with Naira Bets. Use that code for new members, Derby25, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So Yarrow, Citizen K, right next door to each other in the starting gates coming up. This 9, Bucker 2. This one coming off the bench, too, for Michelle Nevin, Ward Dancer, 3-year-old. Couple of changes for this horse. Blinkers and gets Lasix.
Kind of the complete makeover. And there's usually a bigger forward move in horses from 2 to 3 than there is from horses 3 to 4. Yarrow and Citizen K were 3-year-olds last year. They're 4 now. They carry 125 pounds. Bucker 2 was running good races as a 2-year-old, which you would think he would improve more than the other 2 would. Again, going from 2 to 3. And he gets a 7-pound break in the weights because that being a younger horse, they carry less weight.
Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard coming off that Aqueduct Spring title. Second New York riding title of his career. It's got to be feeling great. It's going to be a tremendous feeling coming off a title and then moving to opening day of a new meet.
Well, you just come in with so much confidence. You know, even though when everybody starts fresh, the new meet, you're coming in as the reigning leading rider.
Here is Yarrow, still favored, 5-2 for Christophe Clement.
Now, a major player, but I think that there's horses here at better prices that have just as good a chance as him.
Horatio de Paz, and this one coming off the bench as well, Citizen K, who was behind Yarrow.
I like Citizen K. Horatio de Paz does great work. Barry Schwartz giving him a good supply of nice horses, and this horse ran a better race last fall than Yarrow.
Central Pride, blinkers coming off. Dam was unraced, first foal to try the grass.
Yeah, nothing really jumped out at me turf-wise in the pedigree.
Safalo's Mission, Jose Lezcano at 8-1.
Yeah, another one that didn't really grab me turf-wise. The father gets 7% turf sprint winners as opposed to 12% dirt sprint winners.
4 starts on the dirt, now turf. Hey, Mac, it's Jack. I thought that the only try on the turf, the debut race, was actually pretty good from this runner.
Showed good speed that day.
Certainly could move forward. You can always kind of give a horse an excuse in their debut as well. Dancing with Rico, 25-1.
Yeah, by War Dancer, though. Terrific turf sire.
Bucker 2, Kendrick Carmouche, his patented warm-up.
Always a big warm-up. Also by War Dancer, 13% winners turf sprinting. Horse adds blinkers, get the leading rider.
You can see that turf action with that horse for Bucker 2.
You see that higher knee action, exactly, yeah.
Scherzando, Trevor McCarthy, the pickup mount here, blinkers on.
This horse has some turf pedigrees, had some compromising trips, doesn't always break really sharp once you get a little keen. I like the rider change to Trevor on a horse like this. Got a nice set of hands, add blinkers. You can see he wants to get a little bit keen there.
By Zerno, first-time starter by Munnings for James Bond.
Yeah, first foal out of a mare that was an earner of nearly $300,000. She was a Stallion Stakes winner, real nice mare. Not sure about the turf with her.
And built to last for the trainer who video bombed Maggie's report, her husband Tom Morley.
Yeah, the horse ran okay his one turf try and showed decent speed that day. Being by Freud, you'd think turf would be fine.
10-1 right now from that outside post. Yeah, it was an effective lone turf start from that horse at a big number. So there's Citizen K trying to turn the tables, and we'll see if this one can get a better trip than last time out. Obviously in turf, especially turf sprints, trips can make the difference.
Absolutely. It's all about trips. And, yeah, he is a little bit slower than Yarrow, so maybe it projects for him not to get as good a trip. But watching that replay we went over, he was a better horse on that particular day. And sometimes horses being a little fresh, too. Maybe they put themselves a little more in the game. Just quickly, too, getting back to the sire I brought up, Freud, Tom Morley's horse, built to last. For people that don't know, Freud is a full brother to Giant's Causeway. So Giant's Causeway, really good racehorse on the turf, ran well on dirt as well, and obviously a tremendous sire. So you get Freud that stands in the state of New York. That's like Giant Causeway light, if you will.
Pretty darn good.
Pretty darn good.
Central Pride, the 4, one of those who is tackling the turf for the first time here in this 5th at Belmont. With more, let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, and we'll take a look at both of those horses trying the turf for the first time. Lord Nelson has not been a productive turf sire whatsoever, although I will say that on the bottom, while there's not much production immediately, the dam is a full sister to multiple New York bred stakes winner, Not a Cat But a Llama. But I don't see Not a Cat But a Llama in Central Pride. He'll surprise me if he takes more favorably to the turf than what he has on the main track. Number 6, Safalo's Mission. Now, I'm a little bit hesitant about this horse because he has been a vet scratch many times throughout the winter, but he is by Mission Impossible, who I actually like on the turf. The dam was 1 for 3 on the turf, and by far her fastest numbers run on there. And there isn't much to report on after that, but I thought he did have a bit of a turf look to him as he'll make this start for trainer Linda Rice. He looks fine overall, maybe not the horse that struck you as doing the best, but I did think it was, I was optimistic about the surface change with him. And then as you guys mentioned, there isn't much speed in here, and Hey Maggots Jack could very well play out to be the controlling speed, as he was very sharp, the son of Lauban, who is big and strong, and I think he's pretty intriguing. As you mentioned, Greg, that first start going way back when with Perfect Munnings and Dancing Buck, at least he faced some serious turf runners that day.
Maggie, thanks. He did indeed. They both came back to win out of that race, so it was a competitive heat. He was the one on the engine. It was his debut. And next 4 starts, they didn't see the grass again. So finally back on this surface. This horse a huge number worth throwing in at 39-1.
Oh, absolutely at that price. Another horse I thought was interesting a little bit too at a huge price was the 10, Scherzando. I like the fact that this horse got a solo warm-up. He can be strong, but horses that have a tendency to break a little bit awkwardly, a little bit tardily, when they get that warm-up, they tend to break better. And I think he could work out a good trip with Trevor McCarthy. I like this match. I've always kind of thought Trevor would fit this horse well. I'm glad to see him pick up this mount. And then Citizen K, the money's come in late. I mean, I think people watch the same replay we watched. He's now your favorite.
Yeah, 2-1, top choice on the board right now as it flip-flops between the 2 and 3. And the 9 horse, who had come all the way down to, I believe, about 5-2, 3-1, back up to 4-1 now. We're both a little intrigued by Bucker 2 returning for Michelle Nevin. And a great point that I thought you brought up, that you see typically, and there is the 9 with Kendrick Carmouche, more improvement from 2 to 3, and this horse debuting as a 3-year-old now, than you do from 3 to 4.
Yeah, horses don't fully mature till the age of 5, but you see the biggest move forward from their 2-year-old season to their 3-year-old season. Generally speaking, you know, obviously there's horses that don't make that jump, but if he did, he should be quite a bit faster this year.
There he is, Kendrick, in those pink silks of J&N Stables. We're set for the first late pick 5 of this Belmont meet here on opening day. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Biserno and Built to Last. They're in the gate. And the rough. Bucker 2 shows first as Central Pride now moves up. Right there is Hey Mac, It's Jack, and Safalo's Mission is up with the front runners. Hey Mac, It's Jack has come away with the lead, with Bucker 2 on the outside running in second. Safalo's Mission and Dancing with Rico are heads apart third and fourth. Scherzando is next in fifth, far outside. Built to Last is in sixth. Central Pride is now back in seventh. And then comes Yarrow in eighth, followed by Citizen K, and then it is a big break back to the first-time starter, Biserno. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Long shot, Hey Mac, It's Jack has the lead with Bucker 2 on the outside in second. It's 2.5 lengths. Back to Safalo's Mission, who's down on the inside. And then comes Dancing with Rico. Looking to come on through is Scherzando. Hey Mac, It's Jack has the lead here with Bucker 2 driving on the outside, and Citizen K is coming on late along with Scherzando. They're coming down for the finish. On the outside, it is Citizen K and Scherzando, and Citizen K is the winner. Scherzando was second. Pace setter, Hey Mac, It's Jack finished third.
Oh, mid-stretch, this changed a lot from a potentially a 41-1 shot starting off the late Big 5 to the 2-1 favorite late.
Yeah, he just was very patiently handled by Jose Ortiz, let him drop out the back, angled widest of all into the stretch and finished with a flourish. This horse showed that he had to turn a foot last year, especially we were watching that replay. Boy, he really kicked it in. How about the run from the 10? Scherzando worked out a good trip. Trevor McCarthy having to muscle his way out from behind horses, but boy, Citizen K very wide into the stretch and just came on with a furious late rally, and Scherzando very, very game and defeat at a big price. Didn't see any excuses for Yarrow, huh? He just didn't really show up today.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. It didn't look like it at first glance. 3-10-7 in the end. And a couple of wins on this opening day card for Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, a nice win here by Citizen K. Barry Schwartz, owner, breeder, he and his wife Cheryl. And by Mizzen Mass, big turn of foot, storm down the middle of the track to outgame, just outgame the 10, Scherzando, in a furious finish. Scherzando went off 25-1.
Wow. Favorite winds up, sorry, Yarrow, second choice, winds up fourth. So 3-10, 7-2. Jose, one race 2 with 2 a T for Orlando Noda, his second one of the afternoon on this opening day card here in Belmont, New York, as the 2-1 favorite here on Citizen K. Late pick 4 time. Coming up next after a break. Stay tuned.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions.
and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for a serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Citizen K turns the tables on Yarrow to win opening day for Jose Ortiz and counting. This one wins off the bench as a 4-year-old for Horatio De Paz.
Nice run from Citizen K. We pointed him out in that race we showed, and he finished very strongly down the middle of the track after being forced wide at the head of the stretch. Nice job by Horatio De Paz to have him ready to fire off the bench.
50-cent trifecta with Scherzano and Haymackage Jack, $689 for 2 quarters.
We talked about all 3 of those horses. We should have had that.
Yes, we should have. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And here with winning trainer Horacio De Paz. And Horacio, Citizen K is a horse that you had gotten finally to the turf at the latter half of last year as a 3-year-old, but then there's no more turf racing. So is it almost a blessing in disguise, or is it kind of frustrating that, you had him going the right way, but then you had to sit on him, but rewarded here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we started him on the turf last year when we got him back, but I always like freshening horses up, so it was good to give him that time off, so that way he can mature some more.
And 2, sometimes at Aqueduct, it's a little tougher to make up ground, and he's not a horse that has that much early speed. So were you pleased to get him back here at Belmont, and it kind of gives him a more favorable shot of that run that he has late?
Yeah, definitely, because it's a bigger racetrack, so he has a little bit more time to get settled into the race.
Now, again, we see you with winning owner Barry Schwartz, whom kind of plucked you from the mid-Atlantic and down in Florida to take over training for him. Obviously, we see you with the public stable, but for a guy that's had so much success in the game, for Barry to kind of reach out to you, how flattering was that, and how has that relationship evolved?
Oh, it's great. I mean, he's a great guy. I'm really appreciative of everything that he's done for me. And, I just continued to learn from him as well. So he spent a lot of time, doing this. So very fortunate.
What do you learn from him?
Handicapping. Just everything in general.
The horsemanship has always come natural for you as somebody that gets on his own horses. So how is that the biggest hurdle that you've found in training is kind of handicapping races?
Yes, I mean, I got to work for Todd, so I got to work around a lot of nice horses and get on nice horses and know how those horses, are supposed to behave and supposed to, be. So I think it's a huge advantage knowing, what's underneath you.
Well, congratulations. You certainly knew what was underneath you with the Citizen K today with a big winning effort.
Thank you.
Citizen K breaks his maiden, I shouldn't say finally, but in his 6th career start here, Greg, for Horacio De Paz and Barry Schwartz, a potent team that we've seen here in recent years.
Yeah, Barry Schwartz has had some very nice runners over the years.
Yeah, tremendous horses, and most of them homebreds. He puts so much time and effort. He studies the pedigree so closely to figure out the matches, what mares should go to what stallions, and obviously he's been super successful at it. Michael Hushin was his trainer for many years. Mike retired. Barry, has horses with a few different trainers, but it seems like he's hit into a really good one and an up-and-comer in Horatio De Paz.
Well, as you see, that board reflects this next race. Completely wide open, one of the toughest, if not the toughest on this card. You can make a case for everybody in this $25,000 claiming race. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. We'll dive deeper into it in a moment. It's a 6-furlong sprint coming up. We're getting close.
Yeah.
First Saturday in May. It is right around the corner. It is getting serious, and now it's all about who's working well and catching everyone's eye in the mornings as we lead our Kentucky Derby spotlight. Leaderboard, Epicenter, Zandon, they're the 2 big guns really on top of that list that are getting so much attention. It's probably going to be those 2 that vie for favoritism in this race. And for both those trainers, it would be a first, collecting a Kentucky Derby win. Zandon turns the tables on Smile Happy, and he really, I don't even know if it's an argument. He seems like he was the better horse of Smile Happy both times they met.
Yeah, he had a compromising trip in Louisiana, and now here in the Bluegrass. Look at the way he's able to knife his way through the field. This is a horse that is so athletic, and he's able to stop and start, and you know, it helps a rider so much when you can aim for a spot and yet the horse won't get rank with you. He's not timid, he takes kickback, he's not worried about being crowded. This horse is a jockey's dream to ride in a 20-horse field like the Kentucky Derby, because he's going to be able to make the gaps as they present themselves, idle when he needs to, make multiple runs, if you will. Chad Brown's got him so sharp right now. Watching his training, he looks like he's coming to the Derby in really good order, and this Bluegrass was scintillating. Horse to knife his way through a field like that is very impressive.
And yeah, started back in October, had 2 starts as a 2-year-old, now 2 as a 3-year-old, and he's really, every single start he has gotten better, which is what you want to see. It's a positive sign of the way he's working by reports, wanting to do a lot more, which is a very good sign. Here he is in action at Keeneland.
Well, look at how well he's in hand he is. He's just doing this so easily. The rider's sitting back against him, just trying to let him be balanced and comfortable. He doesn't look like he's doing anything at all, yet he's going about every furlong in about 12 seconds, 12 and a fifth, if you will. Watch the gallop out. This is what's even more impressive. He just continues. He keeps on going with under restraint. Chad's a trainer that trains a lot of his horses in company, obviously not wanting this horse to do too much. Solo, he should be more settled. Kind of re-broke. His 8th after the wire was as good as his 8th before the wire. This is where horses get the foundation needed to get 1.25 miles. It's these long gallop outs. He's still continuing. He's probably pulling up 3/4, 7/8 of a mile. This is by design. This is putting the air in him that he's going to need. This is a super talented horse that looks like he's coming into the Kentucky Derby the right way.
And yeah, I asked you this question last week. You feel, and Chad Brown came to the Derby with a 2-year-old champ in Good Magic, but you feel he's coming to the Derby with his best chance this year?
I think this is far and away his best chance. He's had other chances. Normandy Invasion was one of the choices, and I didn't like the way he trained as much as this horse. He had a very fast work before the Derby, but this horse, if you watch him, forget times. Just watch him physically and the mechanics of his stride. This horse is really doing well right now.
Another trainer that is looking for his first ever Kentucky Derby win, that is Kenny McPeak, who is obviously known for having a tremendous eye, picking out horses. He's had some real good ones over the years. Smile Happy impressed us immediately as a 2-year-old, including that Kentucky Jockey Club win. He was at work on the inside with stablemate Tiz the Bomb.
Yeah, you know, listen, I like Smile Happy. I think he's very talented. I just almost wonder if they're not trying a little too hard to get position with him. I would like maybe to see him drop out a little more and come with a run. He seemed pretty effective that way as a 2-year-old. You saw he needed to be a little bit reminded mid-stretch to kind of keep to his task, but then he jumped back in the bit, galloped out nicely. Now, think about this gallop out in company. It's fine. And the gallop out you just throw with Zandon. I think it's glaring, the difference.
Zandon looked like he's had a lot underneath and a lot more to give. Smile Happy, though, we'll see. Second to Zandon in that Bluegrass. And the 1 1/8, horse who's never been worse than second in 4 career starts. Steve Asmussen, of course, looking for really the one thing missing from his resume at Kentucky Derby. 23 starters, best finish, runner-up. He's got the horse to do it this year that's on the top of that Derby leaderboard with Epicenter, who I think impressed a lot of people with not just his win in that Les Derby prep, but the way he did it, showing the style that he doesn't have to be an on the lead horse.
Well, all good horses have one thing in common. They possess speed. It's how they learn to use that speed, how they met it out. And I thought him taking back and sitting the pocket, taking the kickback, it showed a different dimension. And then the way he finished the deal. And at the end of the day, these are important races, but they're prep races. He won the prep the right way, using it as a stepping stone, not something to tear him down. He won easily.
Out what you had,
I really loved what I saw from him. And watching him train, he's another one that is absolutely exciting me watching his training in the morning.
You think about runners who are trying to break through that don't kind of prep here in the U.S. to try and win a Kentucky Derby. It's a really tall task. And, you know, several big outfits have been trying to do it for a long, long time, Godolphin among them. The way Japan's performing on the world stage, my money might be on Japan to break through if someone is going to do it. And Crown Pride, coming off a win in the UAE Derby. Of course, he gets by here as well. Summers tomorrow is going to go to the Derby, but this horse, the only defeat on his resume, he had a legitimate excuse as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I think you make a great point. The Japanese connections, I think, have figured out how to approach international racing, and it's different everywhere. They've been very competitive in France and races like the Arc, what they did on Dubai World Cup night, what they did on the races Saudi Arabia, Breeders' Cup last fall. One thing about it, too, they're not afraid to let these horses work, and they'll work more than our horses will on an average. This horse is, I think, scheduled to work again Wednesday, and he's coming off a really good work. Look at the way he finished. I mean, he bore down the last eighth of a mile. He sprinted through the wire. You see he was outfitted with those kind of reverse clear blinkers. That's to protect the horse's eyes from kickback. So he's going to get some kickback sitting in behind a horse, but they don't want to take a chance of maybe scratching his cornea or damaging his eye in a morning workout. So kind of interesting that just kind of covering their bases. They have come so far since the first Japan Cup in 1981. Their horses have gotten so much better. They're successful on an international level. Their jockeys have gotten so much better. They're successful on an international level, and their trainers as well. They really have done the work, and the evolution of racing and breeding in Japan is really gone through the roof. They have really left no stone unturned and are being successful at it.
As you said, Breeders' Cup, Dubai World Cup, all these big stages where they're breaking through. Japan would not be a surprise if they could do it in the Kentucky Derby. He's going to be a fun horse to watch on Derby Day and see if he can make an impact. Crown Pride. We got more coming up. Late Pick 4 is next here on opening day at Belmont. Among the contenders in a very wide open race coming up. Raffinity for Robert Falcone. Manny Franco, he will ride. This horse drops down in class on this 4-year-old filly, looking for just the second win of her career. We'll have the post parade when we come back. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Good to have you with us on opening day at Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Our program brought to you by the one-of-a-kind champion sprinter, Run Happy, now standing a legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. We got the late pick 4 up next, approaching the 6-minute mark to post. 6 furlong sprint, horses who have not won 2 lifetimes. 7-2 is your current favorite. Shows you how difficult a wagering race this one is coming up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie for more.
And what do we get with the return runner number 1? Love that face, who's cleverly named because she has a white face with a big chestnut hole in the middle of it. You can't see it with the blinkers on, but blinkers are a key topic of discussion with regards to her, because last time I saw her, which was again off of a layoff over that sloppy track on October 31st, she was wearing an extension blinker covering that right outside eye. And once she hit the turn here going the 6.5 furlongs, she started to drift out and get out pretty badly. She also had a flat ring bit on that day. Well, today she comes back wearing just a short cup cheater blinker and a Helton bit. So obviously there still is a bit of that propensity to want to get out a bit, and she does return wearing the front wraps yet again. But physically, last time she was too light. She wasn't carrying the conditioning that you want for a horse coming back off the bench. But today she is. She just looks more well-rounded than what she had coming back for the October 31st effort. But then again, that win at the 75 Beyer speed figure is a total outlier. So jury's still out on whether she's any good at all. As we'll move on to number 6, Bella Domenica. She is the best looking horse in this field. She's taking some early attention as she is second off of a layoff. She looks fit. She looks strong. I like what I see from her. As we move on to number 8, Raffinity, who does turn back in distance. I think the turn back is ideal. I know she's been a little bit more successful going longer possibly, but looking at her physically at least, she's smaller, she's more built downhill. I think sprinting is a better option for her. As we'll also take a look at number 9, Boss Cara, who I wasn't going to mention, but I feel as though I should, because they were saddling her and she didn't necessarily flip over, but she kind of got down and fell over a little bit behind. So you might see some of the gray sand dust on her hindquarters. So just don't ever necessarily love to see that, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Good stuff. 5 minutes away. We got our post parade coming up next here of our first late pick 4 of the meet here at Belmont. You can also take advantage of this 20% bonus on your winning exactas opening week here at the meet. To qualify, go to NyraBets.com. You got to opt into the promotion, then bet exactas at Belmont. When your ticket hits, you'll get a 20% bonus. All the details on the website. Here's Dylan Davis on Love That Face, who Maggie started off her report with. 5-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, Dylan leading rider at the winter meet, just missed at the spring meet, and trained by Mike Maselli. They teamed up earlier today for a win in the 3rd race with no salt.
Handle the Truth has had multiple opportunities at this condition and has struggled.
Has struggled, but did run okay off the bench to be second last time against a little bit easier.
Sabrine at 23-1. Amira Shashakli just claimed off of Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and also moves up to the $25,000 level. Was a little bit of a disappointment that day. Attended the pace and seemed to tire a bit late.
Ginsburg fan here, the Honorable Ruth at 13-1 for Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, another one that would just have to be a little bit faster. Last race wasn't bad. Only beaten less than 3 lengths in the same condition.
Predetermined. This horse was a favorite in the debut. It was last year at Keeneland Spring. Won that race. We haven't seen her since.
Haven't seen her since. Ran well that day. Who's to say she's not going to come back running?
That's a big price on one who showed talent, was expected to first out. Bella Domenica at 7-2. The apprentice Jose Gomez, he had a tremendous Aqueduct Spring.
Yeah, he really did. This kid's improved a great deal, and a nice, confident hike in class from Rudy Rodriguez. That's usually telling to me when Rudy's got confidence.
Majestic Spirit, 5-1. Trevor McCarthy aboard.
Has shown steady improvement in all 3 starts. If she takes another step forward, can she be a player?
Well, that's a big number on Raffinity, who's dropping in class and has maybe some of the best figures in the race.
Yeah, bred at Delahanty Stock Farm up in Smithfield Valley, not too far from where I live. And I like Maggie's comments about the turn back for her. That was something I was concerned about from a physical perspective, though. She feels like she'll handle it.
And Boss Cara, definitely a contender with Jose Lizcano from that outside post, 3-1 favor right now.
Definitely a contender. I wonder what kind of trip she works out. I know it's Belmont Park, and people say, well, it's not as big a deal being wide here. But if you're wide the entire turn, that's much more turn you're wide on. It's a longer period of time. And she's a little bit of an in-betweener. She's not fast enough to clear, and she's not slow enough to kind of drop. You're going to have to work out a trip if Jose Lezcano can find that gap in between flights maybe.
Well, Handle the Truth, Bella Domenica, the 2, the 6, they faced each other last time out. And the 2 Handle the Truth out-finished Bella Domenica. She's 21-1. Bella Domenica's 7-2 right now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, isn't it? I mean, Richard Medevere does a good job. He's lower profile connections, obviously, than Rudy Rodriguez, but he's very capable, and this horse finished in front of her. I guess people are looking for the improvement Rudy, feels like coming off the layoff, but the other filly came off the layoff last time, too.
I mean, that's how little separated those two. Yeah, you look at Handle the Truth. I mean, they both come in 1 for 17, identical record. So there's the filly that finished just behind her, who's the much shorter price. Tough call. I mean, I honestly don't like either of these two in this spot.
No, I'm kind of looking in other directions too, but that's a huge disparity in price. They finished noses apart last time. Even if Handle the Truth was beaten a nose by her, but she beat her. And she's 21-1, and the other filly's 9-2. That way too big a disparity.
Minute to post coming up. Let's head back down to Maggie.
And well, I like number 8 in here. That is Raffinity. Just has run better numbers, as you guys are pointing out. But hopefully she can do it shorter, and her weight's back on, which I appreciate as well. Take a look at number 5, Predetermined, who only has 1 win, and it was a winning one by 5 very convincing lengths, but in retrospect, over a very weak field at Keeneland. Now, originally claimed a little over a year ago by Linda Rice as listed as owner-trainer, but ends up here with Gary Siak and a different ownership, obviously, and she really did accelerate from that field. Watching it, it was visually appealing, but it looks as though now she comes back as a 4-year-old like she hasn't grown at all. Obviously, I have no reference point of what she looked like first time out, but she is tiny, albeit she is fit. She doesn't look great in her coat either, but, Greg, I don't want to be too harsh because she has a decent price as of now, but I'll sit this one out with her as far as endorsing her and take the wait-and-see approach.
I think, we're all sort of in agreement in that respect, but by the same token, I don't think anyone would shock us in this race.
No, nobody would really surprise me. I mean, I think it's pretty wide open affair. The 8, Raffinity, won me over in the warm-up. Just watching her warm up under Manny Franco, he left the pony. I love the way she framed up, got in the bridle. Her warm-up definitely swayed me in her direction. That'll be my top selection. It's 9-horse field, Greg, and the only horse to have won a race at Belmont Park. Some of them have never competed here, but the only one to win here is the 6, Bella Domenica. You think that could be a factor? I'm a little bit baffled by 27-1 on the 2.
I mean, Rudy Rodriguez is going to take money.
Sure.
You do get a weight break. You get the apprentice Jose Gomez.
This is true. Yep.
But I think that plays as well. Certainly winning at Belmont.
If she's the only one that sports a win at Belmont, and it's a good point. You get a 5-pound break in the weights with Jose Gomez, who has ridden enough now that he's got enough experience that 5 pounds, you start getting a real edge because you're getting somebody with more seasoning. The reason apprentices get the weight allowance is to, give an incentive to owners and trainers to give a young guy an opportunity because they're not going to have as much experience as guys that have been riding 5, 10, 20 years, obviously, and they're going to make mistakes. But the theory is that you get the weight off, and that should offset some of that. Now he's ridden well enough and improved enough where he's not making those raw young apprentice mistakes anymore.
And I think, too, they were both coming off layoffs. It was a much shorter layoff for the 2. But you see Bella Domenica, she was off since August when she came back April 2nd. From that barn, too, I think people probably thinking you're going to see a little more improvement second off the layoff.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a very fair point. I just still think if you look at 27-1 as compared to 4-1.
8 and 9, those appear. I thought those were the 2 to beat, and the kind of X factor horse in here, who's the wild card's the 5. Just what she did in that debut, her only race, was dominant against, it was a 40 maiden claiming field. Haven't seen her come back since. There she is stepping in. 7-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, she was impressive, and she's perfect so far.
1 for 1. Tackling winners for the first time. Pick 4 begins right here on this opening day card at Belmont. Live coverage here on FS2. Hope you're enjoying it. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Raffinity and Boss Cara. They're all in. And they're off. Handle the Truth. Now moving up from the inside is Love That Face. Majestic Spirit is there along with Raffinity. Far outside, Boss Cara. So now 4 of them are across the track for the lead. And the front 4 have opened up 3 lengths on the Honorable Ruth, who's running in 5th. Alongside is Bella Domenica in 6th. Down at the rail is Sabrine in 7th. And then it is a big break back to the 2 trailers. Predetermined and now Handle the Truth is at the back. The quarter 23-1. Raffinity is on the inside. And on the outside is Boss Cara. Raffinity, Boss Cara, the 2 of them right together, coming for the head of the stretch, with Bella Domenica in 3rd. Love That Face is 4th. Predetermined has gained ground down on the inside into 5th. The half in 47-2 as they pass the 3/16 pole. It's Raffinity and Boss Cara, and the 2 of them are right together. They've got 4 lengths on Predetermined, who's down at the rail and who continues to gain, but just the 16th to the finish. Raffinity on the inside has a narrow lead. Boss Cara coming for the wire. Raffinity is the winner. Boss Cara was 2nd. Predetermined finished 3rd.
Raffinity at, what was the final price here? 3-1.
3-1. You know, it was interesting. When she was head and head for the lead, I turned to you or watching the race and said, coming off these mile races, you know she's going to have foundation. She's got bottom.
Didn't look good for a moment there.
And it didn't look good, but she kind of did everything backwards. And you keep an eye on her turning off the turn. Before she turned for home on the turn, she was on a right lead. If that was Aqueduct, she would have had a really hard time negotiating the turn. The fact that the gentle, sweeping turn at Belmont, it didn't, you know, make her bear out. But then she switched back to her left lead just before she turned for home, and she's on her wrong lead through the stretch, as is the runner-up, Boss Cara. Finally, she switched awkwardly late to her right lead, but coming off of those distance races and being involved early certainly made a big difference. And Manny Franco, one of his great assets, one of his many assets as a rider, is how strong he is physically, and that was on full display here through the stretch.
And Chad Brown talked about, and he's been giving Manny Franco a lot of opportunities in big races, how much he's improved as a rider and how much he wants to learn and get better as a rider too.
You know, it's like anything else. If you're not improving, you're going the other way. You have to continue to learn. You have to keep on watching things that you like. Learn from guys that I want to incorporate that into my game. See things that you know that you don't think works. I want to avoid those pitfalls. It's a constant learning experience. Manny's a strong guy. I think we lose sight of, you know, another one of the young guns. So much young talent here.
8-9-5-2, Raffinity 3-1 to start the late pick 4 for Rob Falcone. Beast Mode Racing, 4-year-old filly by Tonalis with the win. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, those giving back to make sure those on the backstretch are getting education, health care, and so much more at the racetrack. We'll be back.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. We're going to take you all the way from Manhattan. We'll speed it up here to Belmont. Actually, we don't have time to do that. Let's just get here to Belmont. It'd be fun, though. I could do it on a GoPro one day. Raffinity, Manny Franco, Rob Falcone at 3-1, finding more after switching leads.
Rob Falcone does a great job. His horses look good. They run to their looks. And Raffinity, once she was involved early, coming up those mile races on the turn back to 6 furlongs, you knew that she was going to be tough to get by. Boss Cara hung on her left lead till very late, just came up second best to Raffinity.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Rob Falcone with Raffinity. Rob turned her back in distance today, and she showed speed. Were you expecting that?
Not really, actually. I talked to Manny in the paddock, and I leave it up to the jocks. So I told him she's good to warm up. She's a smart filly. She's really professional. And I said, just warm her up. You could go by yourself if you want and play the break, and I'll leave it up to you. And I couldn't believe she actually, he had to hustle her out a little bit, but I didn't know she was going to be on. I didn't think she was going to be on the lead. So, but it all worked out.
And 2, determined effort as well. I mean, she fought with the 9 Boss Cara the whole way around there and put her away.
Yeah, she did. She really game effort. We're proud that she won.
Rob, we've seen you playing the claiming game quite a bit, and it's paid off. As we were just discussing, did a lot of claiming over at Aqueduct too. What are some of the things you go for when you look at horses to claim?
Oh, how much time do we have?
Summarize?
There's a bunch of stuff. Of course, where you can go next if the horse happens to win or lose that day. This was a conditioned race for 2 lives, so you have to kind of think which he's eligible for. That's why we tried the 1X. She ran the good second. So we got some of the money off the table. And then realistically, we ran it back. Going a mile on the 1X again is just a little bit too tough for her. And I probably ran it back too quick. That was my fault. But it was just the right spot for her. And, there's so much to talk about claiming horses. So much that goes into it. So many numbers and, what else.
For you, though, I mean, you're very hands-on. Have you given up galloping? I haven't seen you on a horse lately.
I haven't. I don't gallop in the winters in New York.
I don't blame you on that front. But how much of your day is divided up? How much is it in the barn, hands-on with the horses, and then kind of going back and doing your homework as far as the claiming game is concerned?
I would say, the barns are out the whole morning early on until probably when we feed lunch, 11:30. And then after that, it's really then you start looking at the form for coming up races, and, you have to start running rags and sheet numbers, thoroughgraph sheet numbers, watching replays, this, that, and then you go back to the barn in the afternoon, and, and then you're back, watching the races. If we're not running here, you're watching wherever they're running in the country, and then you look at it again at night, especially with my dad, because he looks at it when he gets home at night. So even though I looked at him all day, he'd throw a couple random claims at me, that, hey, what about these two? So then I go back at night and watch them again and, go from there. But it's just every day, all day, sort of thing.
Gotta love it. And you do. So congratulations here, Rob.
Yeah, thank you.
As Rob highlighted, Greg, it's truly a 24/7 job, but it's more of a lifestyle, being a trainer.
No question, it is a lifestyle. Good for that young man right there, too. And that's, you want to be in races and find spots where they're going to be 5-2, 3-1, things like that.
Absolutely. That's when you're doing your job managing. This is what I was talking about. Keep your eye on the gray filly. She's leading with her right foreleg here. You're supposed to, the left leg should be more pronounced reaching out. She was leading with her right foreleg around the turn. She was on her right lead for the turn. Right before she turned for home, right in here, she jumps back to her left lead. Now she's going to race through the stretch on her left lead. So she did it exactly the opposite of the way it's supposed to be done, but it worked out for her. It was effective, and she kept finding. So maybe she got the extra energy by getting onto the other lead, but it was just the wrong lead. She ran basically the entire turn on her right lead. Belmont Park might be the only racetrack in North America you can get away with that with.
Manny Franco on board again for Beast Mode Racing. Good for Rob Falcone. As you take a look at this opening day, late pick 5, 2 legs in. Formful to this point, Citizen K, Refinity, and we got a long way to go.
We got a long way to go. And you know, I like what Rob was saying about how many races he watches, and then his father watches races. It's always nice to have other sets of eyes to see things. And to truly watch a race, you have to watch replay as many times as horses in the race. Meaning if it's a 10-horse field, watch that replay at least 10 times and key on each horse individually. Just like the race before Citizen K won, Yarrow had a very tough trip that I didn't pick up. Some people, you know, tweeted it to me, and you know that's why you got to go back and watch replays multiple times.
7th race, that field you just took a look at, allowance optional claiming field, 6 furlongs. 2 very good races we have coming up here back to back. We'll get more into this 7th here in just a moment. There are many programs designed to take care of those in this industry, from horses to those who care for the horses. BEST is one of those organizations, making sure backstretch workers get services for everything from furthering their language skills to their overall education, and in many cases helping them on a path to citizenship.
BEST stands for the Backstretch Employee Service Team in New York. We are a nonprofit that's been in existence since 1989, and our mission is, to put it simply, what our motto is, which is caring for the people who care for the horses. Shortly before the pandemic, BEST assumed oversight and control of the education program here at Belmont. The program now consists of 3 main pieces. First is an English as a Second Language, or ESL class, where workers come to learn English, which is very important for their work and also for them to better integrate with the larger community.
I used to being in the program before, you know, maybe 10 years ago, and see the English classes and the groom class, and see how best help all these people. So one day I hear they need somebody to help the English teacher as assistant. So present myself, Mr. Pruchains gave me the opportunity to join the team, so this is how I'm starting the program.
My goal has been to create a community here where they all feel comfortable, they all feel safe when we're in the classroom, and I think that resonates with them, and I think they see that and they reciprocate the same energy and they like it. They keep coming back. So, you know, when you like something, when something is good, when it's improving your life, you're going to tell other people that you care about, like, hey, you should come here. This has been really great for me. And that's how we've been getting the word to mouth. And also by going around the barns, telling people about it, and people that have been very hesitant to come in the beginning, they come to one class and another class, and then you see them there all the time because they're comfortable there. We don't just learn about grammar in English. We read newspaper stories, we watch movies, we watch documentaries. So it helps them with not just English, but, you know, just to learn and educate themselves with other things as well.
See, there's people come with no word in English, but now they can speak, they can keep a conversation. And one of these people who learn when they come to work.
We also have a computer lab where people can learn basics and beyond of how to operate a computer. We also have a citizenship training class where we train people to help them take the citizenship test. And for me, as a professional, as a person, there's nothing more rewarding than seeing one of the backstretch workers become an American citizen.
When I see my co-workers speak English with the boss, with the trainers, you know, when they do the things by themselves, I feel proud because I feel like I'm being part of their progress, you know.
Well, that's a tremendous story right there, to see what's being done to help these backstretch workers get a better life, because it's as we just saw and we heard from Rob Falcone, being in the sport, it is an entire life. It is a lifestyle, and no more so than for those people working on the backstretch.
Well, it is a lifestyle, and you have many people that live on the backstretch. It's a community unto itself. The Belmont Park's like its own little city. Everybody has that shared passion with the horses, and they work very hard. And I think it's just a great story. Rudy Rios was an exercise rider. I believe he galloped at one time for Tartan Farm. Back in 1989, he realized there was a need for this kind of a program. In 1990, Jim Ryan, Rye Hill Farm, NYTHA, New York Thoroughbred Horseman Association, and NYRA, Rudy Rios, they raised $100,000 to start BEST. So it goes back to this idea from an exercise rider who identified that need, and all of these great people that have banded together to fill that void, to help all of the backstretch workers, and it's been an amazing program.
Maggie, I know you know plenty about what BEST does and all the help they're giving.
Well, Greg, I've been to many backsides throughout the country, and yes, it does help that New York racing is year-round so people can make a home here. But NYTHA, BEST, and even the BCCA, the Belmont Child Care Association, it really goes to show how much New York racing does and cares for the people that work here. And I thought it was amazing and really cool that Francisco Barrera was featured in that feature there, as I know Francisco very well. He was an exercise rider for my husband for several years, and I always found it fascinating. He would always try and really apply himself and have long conversations to help learn more English, to help be more well-versed, and for him to kind of lead the way and be that example as part of this learning center, I think is a really great outcome of what he went through as far as being a student and learning English. So I can't speak enough of everything that everyone does on the backside to make it just a wonderful place to be, so we can all care for these wonderful animals.
Maggie, thanks. Glad we could share that story about the work that BEST is doing. We're going to get to more live action coming up here in a moment. 7th at Belmont is next. 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming field. Among the contenders in this group, more grateful. Kenner Carmouche, he will be aboard, looking for his first win here on the opening day of this Belmont meet for Michelle Giangiulio. 10 Strike Racing, looking for the 6th win of his career, this 5-year-old. We'll be back with the post parade next.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic. Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Race 7 is next on this opening day card here in Elmont, New York. And there's more grateful. Michelle Giangiulio claimed this one off of Ray Handel last time out. Prior to that, Ray Handel claimed off of Rob Atras in a performance we're going to show you. We started when we came on the air, showing you a bit of this performance in the slop and ran a huge number. So big that it makes you think maybe the off-track sort of aided this effort.
Yeah, I mean, it just appeared like he really appreciated the off-going. You know, just look at his action. He's kind of skipping over the top of the surface and just really seeming to relish it. He is a horse that has run well on wet surfaces before, but this was another dimension. So was it the track, or was it just that he got good at the right time?
Well, he came out of that as well, and he was a distant third to a horse who's really good right now. He's won 3 in a row. Whistling Birds, he's 15 in his 27 starts, been first or second. 4-1 right now, and more grateful. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
We'll start, though, on the inside with number 1, Prince James, here in the paddock. Now, I failed myself on my note-taking because the last time I saw this horse, which I can't remember if it was last time on March 26th or February 27th, he was acting up a lot. He was bucking and kicking in the Aqueduct paddock, and today he's very calm. Now, I have no idea if that's going to have any bearing on how he performs today, but he has done a 180, at least as far as his time in the paddock is concerned. But physically, one of the better times I've seen him, his coat's finally gone the right way with the, not today, warmer weather, but the warmer weather that has been kind of in the area as of late. So we'll see what Prince James does. Is more grateful. He was a late scratch back on March 26th. He was supposed to run in that Caixa Electronica and scratched by Michelle Giangiulio that day. He does return wearing the front wraps yet once again. He hasn't run since February 20th. Well, he's bouncing around the paddock, which I appreciate. Just wish he looked maybe a touch more tucked up, considering the little break that he's had in racing. But this is a field of very good looking horses, but possibly the best looking one here is number 6, Spun in One. And I like his effort last time out, going the 5.5 furlongs. He had speed from the rail. He fended, and being down the rail is ultimately, I think at the end of the day, not where you want to be at Laurel. He fended off every challenger, and then the winner just got this off the pace, roll down the middle of the track trip, which I think just aided that performance, and Spun in One eventually getting beat by 3 3/4 lengths. This horse looks fabulous here. I love what I'm seeing from him, and I like that effort that he comes in off of here to New York, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So passes the looks test, wins the beauty pageant. Spun in One, that's 6 at 5-2 on the board. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. Take advantage of that offer. Free $25 Derby bet. $200 deposit match with that code right there, Derby25, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com or download the app. This 7th race, we're going to see Prince James first. Everybody on the board, Mig, between 5-2 and 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, ultra competitive race here. Now, kind of interesting, you know, Maggie talked about Prince James acting up a bit at Aqueduct. No horses train at Aqueduct. All the horses are located here at Belmont. They train at Belmont. They have to ship over. Some horses, it affects negatively. It breaks up the routine. They've got to get on a van. They've got to ride the Belt Parkway. They get to Aqueduct. They got to go to a holding barn. And some horses don't handle it as well as others. Now he gets to run out of his stall. Basically, his routine stays the same until he gets ready to come over to go to the paddock. The only horse shipping in is the 6, Spun in One, who's at the private training center. Colts Neck Stable has their own private training center.
Who is favored right now, who Maggie loved the looks of. And we'll get to in a moment. We're going to start with another horse coming out of a stakes race. Manny Franco on Prince James, 7-2 for trainer Rob Atras.
I think he's a major player. I loved his race 2 back when he was chasing a hot pace, and then he got run down by a very good Admonson who had changed styles that day.
More grateful. We showed you that win in the slop. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard.
Yeah, if he can find that race on this fast track, he'll be very tough because that was a huge performance that day.
Repo rocks. He's his own worst enemy. Getting out of the gate, he's just not good at it, but he has a big work coming in.
Yeah, hey, listen, he's got a lot of ability. That has been his Achilles heel. He just sometimes misses the break completely, has trouble out of the gate. First start for Greg DePrima, a very underrated and good horseman.
Dylan Davis on Fitzpatrick, 4-time winner.
Yeah, big run last time. Get up going 7/8. Can he do that, shortening up a bit against tougher?
Competitive St. He's faced some good ones. Mr. Phil ran a huge effort last out. Big engine. What do you think now? It's one of certainly the top sprinters on the East Coast.
Yeah, it feels like those recent races on dirt haven't been quite as good. Maybe his turf races are a little better.
Down to 5-2 favoritism on this horse here. Jose Ortiz on spun and won. Jose looking for number 3 today.
Well, I love that Maggie likes the way he looks. His trainer, Jorge Duarte, very good horseman, was assistant to Al Goldberg for Colts Next Stable for a long time before Al retired and he stepped up as the main trainer. And he was a very good rider, too. He was an apprentice right here in New York.
Well, here's Fitzpatrick. Dylan Davis on board a horse coming off a win at 5-1. Let's take a look at it. This was back on March 5th, going 7/8 in an entry-level allowance race.
Yeah, down on the inside, pretty far back early, wending his way through the field. Dylan waiting to tip out to the clear, and when he got in the clear, got that kickback out of his face, he leveled off nicely for trainer Mark Hennig and ran down a very game rival. And I like the way he's striding out. I just wonder, turning back to 6, because he needed every bit of this 7/8 to get up. And this is going to be a sharper pace. Does that make his late run more intense, or is he going to leave him a little too much to do?
Yeah, and I mean, he's obviously a contender in this race, but figures-wise, he was sort of a notch below several in here in the ballpark, but he'd need to run one of his bigger races.
Yeah, listen, no doubt. And Mark Hennig's horses are always well turned out. They look good physically in the flesh. I like the one, Prince James. I like the fact that, Maggie talked about him acting up at Aqueduct a little bit, and maybe it's not going to mean anything. But I like the fact that he gets to run what I call out of his stall. He doesn't have to get on a van. He doesn't have to ship. He doesn't have to contend with anything but walking over here to the paddock. She said he was acting cool, calm, and collected. Manny Franco, we saw how strong he is finishing the previous race with Raffinity. Rob Atras does great work. And his start 2 back when he was chasing a 21-4, 45-1, and basically moved into the teeth of it. And it was the last one standing before Admonson just nailed him at the wire. He runs that race. He's going to be very tough here.
2 minutes to post coming up. Let's go back to Maggie.
And yeah, Prince James. Meg, other than my husband's barn, I think Rob Atras's barn may be the next closest one, and Michelle Nevin, as they're all right by the walkway to the tunnel to the paddock. But I want to talk about Fitzpatrick, and I'm not physically looking at him. I'm okay with the 6 furlongs. He has always been, since he's come from Finger Lakes, just a really healthy, good-doing looking sort. And that, he always has that great shine to his coat. He always carries his weight well. My problem is I think he may face some better horses here. Now, maybe he's a horse that is rounding into better form and has another step up to him. But I just wonder the validity of that last win. Is More Grateful. We saw Kendrick Carmouche give him his usual big warm-up, but a really big gallop over to the backside, as this guy could prove to be one of the fastest horse early. So we'll see how much he is used. More Grateful, and if he can secure that lead on what is a very fair racetrack, Greg.
All right, we'll see how aggressive Kendrick Carmouche is. Yeah, on the 2. More Grateful, 7-2 in here. He looks like he wants to be forward. Spun and won. That's a horse on the outside who's coming out of a 5.5 furlong race where he was close to the pace. He could be forward as well.
Yeah, but he was also fresh, right? He was coming off of a bit of a layoff, and maybe that helped him kind of flash that speed, because he looks more like a stalker type. And just from a psychological standpoint, Jose Ortiz has drawn 6 of 6. You don't feel as much urgency to send a horse into the race because you don't have anybody outside of you. I've seen it a lot where riders are, well, okay, I'll just kind of let him jump out of here and figure out where we are. And the horses inside of you who have more urgency, like the 1 or the 2, wind up being pressed a bit more, and then the outside horse finds himself in a stalking spot.
Well, being forward for More Grateful. Worked in that sloppy effort we showed you. He's shown good sprint speed in the past in many other races, too. There's Repo Rocks. Keep your eyes on this guy out of the gate, because that has been his own worst enemy, really, trying to get out of the gate. If not, he definitely would have a lot more than 3 wins on the resume.
Yeah, no doubt. And Andrew Wolfson rides. He's a rider that actually grew up not far from Saratoga. Has been riding mostly at Penn National.
Just won his 1,000th career race.
Yeah, 1,000 career wins. Just recently moved his tack to Parks, a step up from Penn National, and I'm sure would like to work his way to a full-time presence here in New York. But Greg DePrima seems to have a lot of confidence in him. And Greg DePrima is a guy that flies under the radar. Does a really good job. Think about a 2-year-old he had last year. Nice turf horse, Carpe's Dream. He's very capable. When he has the stock, he's able to get the best of them.
So Repo Rocks about to move in line. With a horse like that, you want the less time in the gate, the better?
Yeah, usually. And the biggest thing is to have them standing as square as possible and ready for the break. And, some horses get left because they're acting up in there. It seems to me he's just kind of gotten to this habit of being a bit slow early.
He's got one more to move in, and then they'll open the latch. 7th from Belmont. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
We're set for race 7. And they're off. Prince James from the rail, joined quickly by More Grateful. More Grateful goes on with it. Prince James racing in second. Repo Rocks is next in third. And from the outside, Spun in 1 is fourth. Then Fitzpatrick in fifth, and Competitive Saint is the trailer. The leader is More Grateful by a half length. Repo Rocks on the outside runs in second. Spun in 1 sits just off of them in third, with Prince James down on the inside. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. It's More Grateful and Repo Rocks. They're on even terms now. They've got a little more than a length on Spun in 1 in third. Prince James is next in fourth, followed by Fitzpatrick. Farther back, Competitive Saint. They come for the head of the stretch. On the inside, it's More Grateful. On the outside, it's Repo Rocks. The two of them remain heads apart for the lead. Prince James, and on the outside is Spun in 1. And Fitzpatrick as they pass the 8th pole. And it is Repo Rocks who has taken over and opened up on the field. Repo Rocks with a big stretch drive here. Repo Rocks won by 5 lengths. Prince James finished second. Then Spun in 1. And Fitzpatrick.
I think we're looking at the new improved version of Repo Rocks. Goes off at 4-1. Multiple graded stakes runner who's been his own worst enemy. Not today.
He broke very sharply today. Very clean. Andrew Wolfson was able to have him right on the pace in hand. He didn't give anybody any head starts. First start for Greg DePrima. And when he was that close, I turned to you before they got to the quarter pole. Repo Rocks is the way he's there that easily. It's over because he's going to finish. It's usually he just puts himself at a disadvantage. And it's got to be a big deal for Andrew Wolfson. First win here at Belmont Park.
Good for him. Didn't waste much time to get it. Gregory DePrima. This horse just moved to his barn and immediately put 2 very sharp works into him. Appeared to be doing really well in the morning, and he runs to it here in the afternoon. Goes off at 4-1 for just the 4th win of his career.
Absolutely. And again, going back to it, there's so many good horsemen here at Belmont Park, and there's only so many good horses to go around. And you've got a lot of high-profile trainers, and a guy like Greg DePrima never gets the credit that he deserves. A guy like Dave Duggan, they don't get the credit they deserve, but they do amazing work with their stock. And there's so many more. I don't mean to leave anybody out, obviously, but just because it's a lower-profile trainer, a trainer that doesn't garner as much attention, doesn't mean they're not very capable of doing a good job with these horses.
Prices from the 7th, and we'll set up the feature when we come back. We'll also look ahead to this opening weekend at Belmont when we return. Familiar silks we expect to see in the winner's circle in a lot of big races here at this meet. Klarovich, Chad Brown, value proposition they will send out in the elusive quality this weekend, and New York Traffic going to be a short price in the Affirmed Success tomorrow. We'll preview both those races coming up.
this season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Good to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon. First day of this meet here at Belmont Park. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. Winner of the 7th, Repo Rocks, got out of the gate clean. That has been a rare occurrence for this 4-year-old son of Capiture. And well done by Gregory DePrima, the trainer of this horse, taking over the training duties and putting this horse right in the winner's circle.
Yeah, a couple sharp works you pointed out on the training track, and this horse fired out of the gate. And once he broke clean, he set up a good trip and a nice ride by Andrew Wolfson, and it seems like a really nice young man.
Yeah, as we mentioned, just coming off a career milestone as well. He's with Maggie.
And Andrew, once you broke, game over with Repo Rocks today. A horse that first time you sat on him and first time with Greg DePrima. But what kind of feeling did he give you? Because once he broke, it was like the race was over and he drew away beautifully.
Oh yeah, he's a special horse. That was our only concern going into the race, was making sure that we got a good break. But going back and looking at his replays, I had a lot of work for me. He's just been breaking really bad last few starts. Warmed him up good without the pony beforehand. But he was feeling fresh. I guess the trainer, Greg DePrima, he did a very good job getting him ready. And they had him ready in the gate. As soon as those gates opened, we went. And I got into him a little bit, so I didn't give Kendrick the easy lead. And then once I was there, I had my hands full. And Kendrick even looked over at me and said, "Hey, where are you going?" And, I just had so much horse that, like you said, he just opened up once he got clear.
Well, speaking of Kendrick, kind of somebody that you've, not on purpose, but kind of mimicked the path, starting in the Mid-Atlantic, riding at Penn National, moving to Parks, and we've seen you here these last couple months in New York. Is that the goal? Obviously, this is, sorry, the tornado just came through, but is that the goal, being, especially since you're from Saratoga?
Oh, well, I mean, of course, long term, that would be a beautiful goal to reach the level to ride the New York circuit, but it's the best in the world. I'm very happy with just moving my tack from Penn National to Parks, and that's a very, very tough circuit as it is. I'm going to do my best there, and anytime that I have a chance to come up here and ride with the best, I'm going to take it, especially with a nice horse like Repo Rocks.
We saw you upset, too, Mandate, with a stake race, the Artie Schiller back at Aqueduct, and congratulations on your 1,000th win as well. So for your career that started, 10 years ago, I'd say, what are the goals from here as a rider?
I think it's just to, right now, get myself more established in Philadelphia at Parks and, kind of just do it one day at a time. This is a really, really tough profession, and it doesn't matter what racetrack you're at, it's always tough. But this year, I would just love to win one race up at Saratoga. That's where I grew up. I was one of those obnoxious little kids in front of the racetrack selling newspapers when I was 14 years old.
Pink sheets?
Yeah, the pink sheets, the blue sheets. So for me to, one day win a race there would be extra special.
Oh, that'd be so cool. I think we're all on this show rooting for you to do that, Andrew, but congratulations with Repo Rocks today.
Thank you so much. Good talking to you.
Likewise, and Andrew, as you guys were saying, I think that's so cool considering that he grew up watching this sport and now he's living it, Greg, and getting winners here at Belmont has to be extra special.
Saratoga native, showing he can compete on the big stage here. And Maggie mentioned that stakes win he had with Mandate as well. That had to feel real good for him. We'll see if he can get that first win coming up at Saratoga this summer. He has ability.
He definitely has ability. He's obviously got a great personality. And one thing about it, if he's got the work ethic to match, and I'll lobby for him. I want someone to put him on a live one in Saratoga. I'd like to see that dream come true.
Biggest price so far in this late pick 5 sequence, Repo Rocks. Good to see this horse, too,
finally break well from the gate and be able to show his true ability.
Yeah, I mean, he's just put himself at a disadvantage in several of his starts, breaking cleanly. You saw the trip, and you saw what Andrew was talking about. He hustled him a little bit for about 100 yards. Then he reached up and got a hold of him, and basically he was dragging him around the turn. That's a good feeling, Greg, I can tell you.
You and I were talking about this race before we came on the air in the office. 7/8 of a mile, starter handicap here on our feature. Doubly Blessed, who we also touched on top of the show. It's just so much better company who he has been keeping. Green Light Go, Life is Good, Yao Pon.
Yeah, he's been really running against the nuts and not being embarrassed either. I mean, he's in there, trying, and this looks like a very good spot for him. I'm interested in another horse in here a little bit, maybe not necessarily to beat him, but maybe to give him a little bit of a run, and that's Dark Money.
We'll talk more about Dark Money and the rest of this group in a moment. We're going to preview the weekend coming up. A lot of good races to look forward to this weekend, including tomorrow, the Affirmed Success and New York Traffic. Even money in the morning line. He came off the bench at Belmont last year in October on a wet track in the Hudson, and it was just dominant in this performance. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a lot more of him. Only one start since that time at Gulfstream, and it disappointed.
Yeah, I obviously had some physical issues. Look at his work tab recently. And whatever physical issues he's had, he's put behind him. I mean, he's got a steady diet of fast workouts with a 58-2 on April 17th. He's shown he's very capable of sprinting. Look at what he did here in the Hudson sprinting. So just a very, very talented New York bred earner of over $760,000. And I mean, they thought enough of him. He competed in the Preakness and the Kentucky Derby, and
he gave Authentic all he could handle in the Grade 1 Haskell.
In the Haskell, yeah. Before, with the schedule being thrown out of kilter because of COVID that year, but a very, very talented New York bred here.
And, of course, back in with New York breds tomorrow. He's going to be a very short price. Jose Ortiz will have the call for Saffie Joseph in that group. He's going to be likely on. You got Bank on Shea, who's got ability. You have Lobso, who's run some big races, too. So it's not just him.
Well, it's not a layup, but if the good New York Traffic shows up, if we can call anything traffic in New York good, but if the good New York Traffic shows up, he's going to be very tough.
Coming up on Saturday, Elusive Quality, Klarovich, Chad Brown teaming up, Value Proposition, who loves it at Belmont. 4 victories and 7 starts on the Belmont turf. This will be his second start back now as a 6-year-old off the bench for Chad Brown. He got beat as the favorite coming back at Aqueduct in that dangerous hour.
Yeah, he did. He was on the lead. It's a mile. I like the turn back for him. I really think the 7/8, which he's already proven successful at, is a key to him. I don't know how far the son of Dancili really wants to go, but I think 7/8 is the absolute perfect distance for him. And, it's kind of an interesting thing. He was on the lead last time. He might have went too slow on the lead because they went so slow and then they finished so fast. Some horses are better off letting them build into a stride instead of, having the kickers on top of you and then out kicking you. But 7/8 is the key here. I like him very much at the distance.
This was a 7/8 performance in a victory in the Oyster Bay when he did sit just off the pace. This was probably the best race he ever ran. One of those 4 wins on the Belmont Park turf.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of a specialized distance, if you will. It's years ago we would never run 6 and 7 furlong races on the turf in New York. That's all changed, and I think that's a perfect spot for him.
Well, Steve Asmussen is going to give Snapper Sinclair a chance in this race. He's been equally effective on dirt or on turf, but he's over $1 million now in earnings on the grass.
Yeah, pretty amazing campaign that this horse has put together. As a 7-year-old now, over $1.8 million in earnings. He's good on turf, he's good on dirt, he can run longer, but I think 7/8 is probably, to me, his best go. He's 1 for 1 at the distance, and a little bit of an in-betweener, maybe a mile stretching him. 7/8, I think, is just right.
Trevor McCarthy, he'll have the call. $1.1 million in earnings, 4 wins, 3 seconds, 11 starts on the lawn for this 7-year-old who they just gave a chance, his connections in the Grade 2 Godolphin Mile on Dubai World Cup night.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what the beauty of him is. It's not like they're stuck with any particular thing. Well, there's a good turf race for him. Let's go there. Oh, there's a good dirt race. Let's go there. He's a horse that has shown that kind of versatility, and now he's up here in New York with the New York division. Toby Sheets does such a great job for Steve Asmussen here in New York.
Coming up this Saturday, let's take a look at his back.
Cross country pick 5, and that elusive quality is part of that sequence. It'll begin with the 7th at Belmont. Includes racing from Hot Springs at Oaklawn Park as well. 50-cent minimum wager. Look for XCP5 on your Naira Bets wagering menu. We're going to step aside for a timeout. We have our feature race coming up here on our opening day card. And we'll also preview opening day at Churchill Downs and the Roxalana competitive group lining up in that filly and mare sprint on the opening day of the meet.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Opening day, Churchill Downs, coming up on Saturday. It's going to be fun. We'll have live coverage all meet long. Of course, Oaks Day, Derby Day, the first Friday and Saturday of May. We're going to talk plenty about both those races coming up until we get there. It's going to be a fun lead up. Opening day of the meet, of course, as I said, going to break, the Roxalana, and just 5 lining up, but all of them with ability in this spot. Caribbean Caper comes in with a perfect record for Al Stahl. She's 5 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, short but select field. You know, how can you not be impressed? Caribbean Caper, that 5 for 5. She's drawn well outside. She has enough speed to put herself where she needs to be, but having the luxury of that outside post, not forced into the race, can find her stride, much like she did this day, being outside. This is her stiffest test to date. This is her first time against older horses in a stakes race. She did face older horses in allowance race as a 3-year-old, but this is now as a 4-year-old taking on 4- and 5-year-old mares. But she's very good. You've got to certainly admire her and respect her. I think she might have her hands full. There are some other good horses in here. The 3 Baroness is a very accomplished mare, coming in with a very nice work tab for Sherry DeVoe. So this is a good asset test for this filly.
Yeah, Baroness graded stakes placed. Among those she's going to have to face Caribbean Caper. Also, too, it's coming off the bench. It's going to be her 4-year-old debut. Will she move forward? But the race we just showed you, that was a positive, too. That win was coming at Churchill Downs, and it was the best performance she's produced yet in her final start of her 3-year-old campaign on that racetrack.
Well, absolutely. You love to see that progression. Horses that, continually improve and then being proven over a surface that some horses, frankly, don't handle as well as others. Can be a little loose, break away from them. The fact that she's already shown an affinity for it, and Al Stahl trains there, so that, that's certainly, she should have plenty of experience over it.
Looks like she's working well as well. She's working fast, at least we know that, coming up for that 4-year-old debut. Let's get to the feature race coming up next. This 8th here on our opening day card here at Belmont Park. 7/8 of a mile. Starter handicap. And let's take a look at the current odds right now. 7-5 favorite. Doubly Blessed, who we talked about earlier, actually 3-2 on the board right now. Dark Money, though, right next door for Tom Morley. Trying to win 4 in a row. And 5 of the last 6 on quite a roll right now for this horse that loves to find the winner's circle. Let's head downstairs. Back with us, Acacia Courtney Clement.
And Greg, he really is kind of the now horse, so to speak. He's in terrific form, and you have to respect a horse like this that carries his form no matter what barn he's in. And I love horses like this, ones that you can depend on to show up, and ones that I've noticed in these kind of hard-knocking campaigners tend to really take care of themselves. Dark Money is a very energetic type. He'll always get on his toes prior to the races, and while he's sharp in here today, sometimes horses that are like that tend to not really carry their weight very well from race to race, and that's not the case at all with this guy. Off the Kelly Kitt victory, his conditioning looks fabulous. He's framed himself up beautifully here in the paddock. The front wraps do go on for the first time in a while, but he's worn them in the past and has won with them, so I don't read too much into it, and you don't know the story behind the scenes. But he is a horse that I thought physically really is eye-catching here in the paddock, though he did get out the gate a little bit awkwardly last time, kind of throwing his head up. So hopefully he's able to remain focused with Jose Gomez, who's gotten to know him. Next to him, the 6 Doubly Blessed really is the class in here. He's faced some of the toughest in the division of sprinters and going a variety of distances. Now, is 7 furlongs really his best distance? That I don't know. That's the question for him. He is such a big, burly type of individual, and he has a longer frame to him, such that I can see why going a little bit longer might actually suit him well. But he's eager, he's forward, he's in great flesh and coat too, everything that you like to see. Does wear a Houghton bit too. He's a little bit of a quirky type of horse sometimes. Got jostled a little bit last time. The distance is the big question for me here. A distance and a cutback I like, though, is the number 7, It's All Relevant. Now, this horse is going to be a big part of the pace. He's got a lot of early speed, but he's smaller. He's a little bit stouter. He's a little bit more compact. He's dappled out from head to toe. I think shorter with that early speed may actually be better for him. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Post parade here coming up in a moment. Getting set for this feature race on this first day of the meet. I had so many great races to look forward to at this Belmont Park meeting. As we take a look at the 7, 14-1, It's All Relevant, Dylan Davis. I can't believe this horse, a huge price, who fits with this group. This is a 3-time winner here, 14 wins overall, and coming off one of the better performances of his career. He's 9 years old now, but showing this, he's got plenty left in the tank. 9 years old, a 14-time winner, a true warrior, a horse that shows up every time. Interesting, watch him in the race, and even going 7 furlongs, he does possess a lot of speed. The way he carries his head, he almost kind of puts his head out and down, kind of what we would term as a rider, a horse that can be a little bit heavy-headed. 7-5 favorite, though, remains this horse right here, the 6. Doubly Blessed coming in off a stakes win, and he beat a good field in that race. He beat Tiergan, he beat Hammer and Ammer, who came back and won for $40,000. That's a 12-time winner in his career. Let's show you Doubly Blessed. This was back on the 26th of March. Track labeled good. Stalking position, he'd go on to win by 2 lengths.
Yeah, very impressive. And listen, he's very talented. He's run against very good horses. When he gets a little bit of class relief, kind of gets a chance to be the bully in the schoolyard, if you will, instead of kind of chasing some of these big guys around. 2 things that worry me. It is a starter handicap. He's in with 127 pounds. He's the high weight. He's giving anywhere from 5 to 7 pounds to everybody. or more, and the turn back in distance.
All right, two things to keep our eye on. There's a lot of weight he's got a tote here this afternoon. We'll see if he's best of the bunch here. 51-1 on that horse who went by. Striking speed, and here's Eric Cancel on Supreme Aura.
Another horse. He just feels like he'd have to find races way, way back in his past that to even make him competitive here.
This one earned a huge figure in his third-place effort last start, Ryan's Cat.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has got races that certainly would make him very tough to beat if he can run one of his A races.
Baby, I'm perfect. Jose Ortiz again looking for number 3 today.
I think could play out to be the speed of the speed, although he won with a stalking trip last time in the Peeping Tom.
9-2 on that horse coming off that stakes win, moving to the Gustavo Rodriguez barn. Dark Money, this is the one who is on the best roll of anybody in here. He's won 3 in a row.
3 in a row, all under Jose Gomez. 2 different trainers. Tom Morley has him now. When an apprentice starts winning on a horse, they almost feel like they can't lose on him. They don't know how to lose on him. This horse had a rough start last time and still won.
Here's the high weight. So, again, toting 127 pounds, doubly blessed.
Definitely deserves to be the favorite. Completely understand why. He'll be very tough, have so much admiration and respect for this horse, but he's got a couple things to overcome, including carrying 127 pounds.
Well, this 9-year-old, as we mentioned, on quite a roll. He is quick early. He went gate to wire last start.
He's quick early, but he's not a horse that wants to be sent. He likes the bit up in his mouth because it kind of keeps him balanced. He's bred by Green Lantern Stable, Richard Masson. The Masson family, they breed a good horse.
And this horse, kind of good race, bad race. He's due for a really good, is due for a really good one facing the boys. And she had an excuse. That was grade 3 company she's coming out of last time.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Ferrara putting this filly in against the boys. She gets him with 118 pounds, so she's in receipt of 9 pounds to your favorite, doubly blessed. She's well drawn outside. And when she runs her A race, it makes her competitive here.
Well, she has a race. If she runs her best that was fairly recent as well, it's better than what anybody else has in this group. We'll see if she can produce it or not coming up. Earn a 20% bonus on your winning exactas opening week at Belmont. Go to NyraBets.com. You do have to opt in for that promotion. Bet the exactas, and if your ticket hits, you'll get that 20% bonus. 3 minutes to post coming up here in the 8th, our feature on this opening day card. 3-2 favorite, still the 6 doubly blessed. Here's Baby I'm Perfect coming in off a stakes victory in the Peeping Tom, and here it is back on March 26th.
Yeah, kind of had a little bit more of a stalking trip. You saw Dylan Davis having to put him to pressure around the turn to keep him in the race. Some horses don't run the turn quite as well. Usually Belmont's a little bit easier on him because once he got over his right lead in the straight, he really kind of went on and finished, making his first start too here for Gus Rodriguez. So it's he's another contender. I like others. I'm looking elsewhere, but this horse can show high speed at times.
Baby I'm Perfect, 4-1 right now. Again, Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Let's go back to Acacia.
Well, the number 4, Baby I'm Perfect. This horse coming off of a win in the Peeping Tom last time out. Kind of settled with the field all spread out in there. And this is a horse that I think we saw kind of come to hand coming up here in New York and going these shorter distances, because earlier in his career he had been going longer. And it's funny kind of watching him develop now as an 8-year-old. As he was younger, even 4 or 5, he was very kind of lanky, and he's kind of caught up to his frame a bit. And I think that the 7 furlong 6.5 really suits him the best as far as distances do go. Sometimes he can be a little sticky out there on track warming up. Today, much as he has what I last saw him back in the fall, he's warmed up really nicely. I think that he's a major player in this spot and one that could potentially be a little bit more tactical, be a little bit more versatile. He has some early speed if needed. He also has the ability to come from a little bit off of it. And Rudy Rodriguez had this horse in the past. Now he's with Gus. And I guess maybe they've shared some tips as how it runs in the family, because this horse looked terrific in his coat when sometimes he can look a little dry and sucked up, and very much not the case today. Greg, Baby I'm Perfect, looking pretty well out there on the track.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Good info. 8-year-old, 4-1 right now. You wanted to bring up an important point with the 5 Dark Money.
Yeah, Dark Money has apprentice Jose Gomez, who does not get the apprentice allowance here because this is a handicap. Apprentice jockeys don't get the weight break in handicap races. sign of confidence from Tom Morley to leave an apprentice on without getting that break in the weights. And you know what? Jose Gomez has earned that. Plus, he's got 3 wins in a row on this horse. Getting back to when you're a young rider and you've never lost on a horse, it's hard for you to even see how you're going to lose on a horse. Your confidence level with that horse goes through the roof. And for me, it was a horse Silver Scream. Won 5 in a row on him. Didn't think I could lose on him. Eventually, you will. But I think horses overperform when you have a rider with that much confidence in them.
It's, I mean, strange that he'd even go to this rider in this situation, but the fact that he's had so much success on the horse, and when you're on a roll like that, won 3 in a row on him, all with Jose Gomez, why fix what's not broken?
Yeah, you don't want to throw this out of balance. You got the chemistry, leave it alone. And just to give you an idea of how good this race is, 8-horse field with the scratch of the 8 Uno, 67 wins combined from these 8 runners. These are the heart and soul of our game.
Yeah, these are some old veterans, pros on the circuit. And Dark Money, the 5, can he make it 4 straight? He'll have to get by Doubly Blessed, among others, in this spot. The 6, Doubly Blessed, coming off a stakes win as well. Manny Franco for Mike Maker. As you see, Baby on Perfect stepping in. Another one coming in off a stakes win. That was the 8th of his career. Let's go upstairs. It's the opening day feature. Here's John Imbrial.
She goes in and we're set. And the rough. It's All Relevant is out for the early lead. Easy to Bless on the extreme outside as Baby on Perfect now comes on through. It's All Relevant and Baby on Perfect. Their heads apart down at the rail is Striking Speed. On the outside is Easy to Bless. And right there is Doubly Blessed. And then we come back to a Dark Money who is racing in 6. So taking up there, Baby on Perfect is taking up and is out of the race. So the leader here is It's All Relevant in front here by a length and a half. Easy to Bless next in second. Doubly Blessed is third. The quarter went in 23 and 2. Striking Speed on the inside runs in 4th, and Dark Money in 5th, and a break of 5. Back to Ryan's Cat and Supreme Aura. It's All Relevant by 3/4 of a length. Easy to Bless second by a neck. On the outside, the favorite, Doubly Blessed. And then it is Striking Speed in 4th, who's down towards the rail. Half mile, 47 seconds. They're in the stretch. It's All Relevant is still the leader. It's All Relevant in front by 2. Easy to Bless, Doubly Blessed, giving chase second and third. Striking Speed is 4th. They're inside the 8th pole. It's All Relevant trying to pull off the upset here. It's All Relevant leads by 2.5 lengths, and It's All Relevant will do it. And it's the Davis duo here. Dylan Davis on the winner. It's All Relevant. Jackie Davis completes the exacta on Easy to Bless.
Brother, sister, 1-2. It's All Relevant. The 9-year-old, 15th win of his career.
Just an incredible horse. 36 start, 15th win with 4 seconds and 4/3 to go along with it. Had all that speed intact. You can see what I was talking about, that head carriage, kind of head out and down, really stretches a rider out. And Jackie Davis, she tries so hard. She's so enthusiastic. She's improved so much. She's riding at Finger Lakes 3 or 4 days a week. She's riding here on the other days, going back and forth. That's the kind of enthusiasm that should be rewarded. And how about the Davis exacta? So Robbie Davis is not only a grade 1 winning rider, he's like a grade 1 sire too.
He is, yeah, he's got 2 real good ones here. He's got a third as well, who's not riding as much. But Dylan he's just taken his game to another level. We talked about it so much at the winter and spring meets at Aqueduct, and picking up right where he left off here. He's going to win a lot of races here at this meet. This horse ran big.
Oh, he ran really big, and he's got that speed. Acacia talked about. He doesn't want to get sent, but he likes to run again through the bridle. He runs his head out and down. You can see the slack in the reins. Dylan's like, man, he'll pull a rider down. Horses are so tiring to ride like this. But Dylan knows him well. Had won a lot of races on him in the past. Is one of Dylan's first big horses before he started reaching the kind of success that he has now. And again, just by Ender's sister, was a stakes-winning mare for the Massons, and the breeders of this horse. Really good racing family, Green Lantern Stable.
Take a lot of weight off your shoulders to get a win, too, on opening day?
always wanted to get off to a good start. Success breeds success in this game. If you get off winning, it's a little nicer to go to the track early the next morning. It's a little more fun to get your coffee at the track kitchen and accept some congratulations, and a little more swagger when you go into some of the barns.
2 today for Dylan Davis. His sister right behind him on Easy to Bless for the Davis Exacta. And the biggest price in this late pick 5 so far this afternoon, 12-1 here on this 9-year-old. We're going to take a timeout when we return. The story of Zozos and how that name came to be. Talented 3-year-old, didn't debut until earlier this year. He'll be making the 4th start of his career on the first Saturday in May.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Be a part of the Racing Action Saturdays at Belmont Park with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
We're back at America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 2 today on opening day at the meet for Dylan Davis, 12-1. It's all relevant.
Gets along good with this horse. 27-40. How do you leave a horse out that's won already 14 races, 15 out of this? And like I said, this is one of Dylan's first big horses that he won multiple races on when he kind of started gaining momentum, developing into the rider he is now.
27-40 for the win. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And Dylan and I were just talking about some of the quirks of It's All Relevant, who carries his head in a very low manner. And Dylan, you were telling me you haven't ridden him in a while, and he's actually a little bit better now than he was.
Yes, Acacia. I've been on this horse, I mean, many times. We're going maybe 4 or 5 years back, but he tends to carry his head down lower than most horses, and when they do that, they're just being comfortable, and you don't want to get in his way and grab the bridle. You just kind of grab some mane and just let him do that and let him get into his own rhythm. But he's a game horse. He's 9 years old, and he's competitive, and he's got a lot of energy like the younger ones, and he knows where the wire is. He knows how to get the job done. It's very nice.
He has a lot of speed, but tell me about the wind and what you were feeling on the backside from a rider standpoint and what you're dealing with out there today.
Sure, I mean, it's all relevant. He has a lot of speed. There's a lot of headwind, and I wanted to get the lead, but I wanted to do it comfortably. And if I use him too much, he's going to use too much energy running into that wind, and I wanted to save for that kick later. I was happy with where I was at. The fractions were good for me, and after that, he was in a comfortable position, and into the turn, he was able to get a good breather, and then he responded for me. It was nice.
How about the Davis Exacta on opening day, too? Your sister Jackie right behind you.
Oh, yeah. Easy to bless. A filly against the boys. She ran a great race, and she had a nice trip right outside of me, I thought. And and it's nice that my sister is able to ride with me here, and we're competitive, so we're always trying to beat each other, but I'm happy I was able to come up on top.
Well, nice to kick off the meet with a win, too. Dylan, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Acacia.
Dylan Davis, who had such a strong aqueduct spring and winter meet, of course, too, carrying that on here to breezy Belmont, Greg.
Yeah, he's been a tremendous success story really coming on. Talk more about what makes it so difficult to ride a horse like that carries his head like that.
Well, especially a horse like that with the head out so far, low and down, it stretches you out. It pulls you down further. So your center of gravity is more up in front of their withers, not on their withers. And it's very tiring. Like I was, considered tall for a jockey, right? Longer arms, longer legs. I used to get those kind of horses handed to me a lot because it's harder for a smaller rider to fit that kind of horse. And they just wear you out. They're tiring. Now, listen, he's worth getting worn out over because he's giving you 120% every time and you're going to win races on him. But they are difficult to ride, no doubt about it. And I love Dylan talking about the filly easy to bless. That's I'm going to clue everybody in. That's jockey speak to the owner and trainer. Hey, if you ever need a rider, I'd love to ride her. You compliment the competition, hoping that one day you'll get to sit on them.
Out-dueling Sis for the win on this 9-year-old at 12-1. Got the Nightcap coming up on our opening day card as we take a look at this late pick 5 follow along. Biggest number by far that we've seen, and it only takes one, as we know in this late pick 5, for it to pay lights out. $215,000 in that pool. It's going to close with a wide open group too. Hopefully you have some coverage if you are still alive in this final race. 6 furlongs on the inner turf. Rails out, by the way, 27 feet on the inner turf. This is a New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race.
Yeah, this is a real tough competitive race. Interesting, couple first-time starters, interesting pedigrees, horses trying turf for the first time. If you're still alive, I hope you have coverage here.
We'll get through this field, talk through it all, and the post-parade in a moment. Another look at this leaderboard for the Kentucky Derby, Epicenter, Zandon. Those two likely going to be vying for favoritism on Kentucky Derby Day. There are a lot of other intriguing runners, though. This year's group, a host of intriguing runners, including late on the scene, Zozos. After a stakes dress rehearsal where he just demolished the competition, he was runner-up in the Louisiana Derby in his lone start to try and get into that first Saturday in May. His Derby Day participation will be very closely watched and have a huge following, especially in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
We name a lot of our horses down. We have a home in St. John in the Virgin Islands, and we've named them after different bays and different areas. But we were sitting at Zozo's restaurant, and we just thought, what a great horse name. And fortunately, we know the owner well enough that we talked to him, and he blessed us, so we're very honored that he allowed us to use the name of his restaurant.
Because it's one of the better restaurants down there, so we had to at least provide a reasonable horse for the name of the restaurant.
Zozo's on the outside, stayed in for half, drinked in. Zozo's gains the advantage. Zozo's gets it.
We were in St. John, actually. St. John at a little beach bar type of place, and we have them turned on. They actually can get the racing channel, so we have them turn the racing channels on, and song break is made in there, so it was sort of fun. Of course, the second race was insane. It just blew them out. That was pretty impressive.
Zozos is now clear. He is 4 lengths in front of Barossa.
Normally I'm pretty quiet, but I was hollering the whole way.
But it's Zozos, and now he is just running up the score. Zozos clear to the wire. He's 10 in front.
Couldn't believe how much he'd improved just in the second race.
I mean, he called me and said, okay, we're going to go 1 of 3 races. We're either going to do the Bluegrass, Arkansas Derby, or Louisiana Derby. So where do you want to go? I said, Brad, I don't think you pay me to make those decisions. So he came back and we said the Louisiana Derby would be the best spot.
And they're off. And the TwinSpires.com, Louisiana Derby, and Zozo's broke sharp.
Unfortunately, we had friends that came down. 2 couples came from Minneapolis to cheer Zozo's on, so that helped relax me. But yeah, this is our first time in a race like this.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby. Zozos was second.
You had to be happy with it. You have set a track record, and you're a length and a half behind. So I'll be talking to John at Zozos. He's the most excited one of everybody. But him and his wife, his 2 kids go to school in the States. The 4 of them are coming in. He's coming in for 1 day. But he apparently, everybody that walks into the restaurant now, he's telling them he's got a horse running in the Derby. That's all what it's all about, is coming out here with 10, 15, 20 people and having friends out here and then taking people to the backside.
Taking them back so they get to experience the horses.
That whole island of St. John, I think, going to be fixated on the Kentucky Derby and Zozos. Horse was a late starter. We didn't see him debut until his 3-year-old campaign. That next race, I was on the air for it at Oaklawn. I mean, that was sensational, what he produced his first time going 2 turns.
Absolutely. I mean, he's an exciting horse, lightly raced. Was second to Epicenter, who's most likely going to be your Derby favorite, no?
I would think so.
And this is only in his 3rd career start, so very, very talented. Obviously, the owners are easy to root for. They seem like very nice people, and they're having a great time. And I've got to get to Zozos now, St. John's. That's bucket list now for me.
Went there many years ago. Still have dreams about that beach. It's incredible. Zozos, he tried to do it on the front end in the Louisiana Derby, wound up second. That was his first test in Graded Stakes Company. This is him working at Churchill, 1:12-2, going 6 furlongs. No, he set off the pace when he was so impressive at Oaklawn. He was on the lead in the Louisiana Derby.
That's a really nice work. 3/4 and 12, as easy as could be, always under a hold. Florent Giroux aboard for this work, and look at the gallop out, nice gallop out. You like to see them continue out through the turn, through the wire, showing that energy level. This horse, you know what, he was flying under the radar a little bit for me because I've been so fixated on Epicenter. Here's the runner-up to Epicenter working lights out at Churchill Downs. I guess I've got to reassess some things here.
He's a fun one. Debut January 23rd. Manny Franco, by the way, is going to get the pickup mount for the Kentucky Derby on this horse.
It's really exciting. Good news for him. And he's actually on a pretty live horse here. 4th start. You know, I've always believed in more foundation in these big races. It's a different day and age, isn't it?
It really is. Times have changed in this spot. Brad Cox, not just with Zozos, also sending out Tawny Port, who proved he is a dirt horse with that Lexington win. And, of course, probably the most impressive of those 3, Cyberknife, winner of that Arkansas Derby. Here's Brad on his Derby contenders.
Zozos is doing tremendous. He's had 6 weeks between the. He will have 6 weeks between the Louisiana Derby and the Kentucky Derby, and I think he's a horse that can move forward. He's a good colt, and you know, I think he hit the mile and a quarter with the right trip. Cyberknife, thought a lot of him for a long time, and I thought his race last time in Arkansas was really good. I thought he made 2 moves in the race. I think that's something that you probably have to do in the Kentucky Derby, and he showed the ability to do that and the talent. So the Tawny Port's going to have to somehow get faster over the next 3 weeks. You know, his numbers really don't stack up at the top tier. But listen, he's a 3-year-old. He's another one that's somewhat lightly raced. And if you know, stranger things have happened in the Kentucky Derby, bottom line. He's earned the opportunity. He's going to get the opportunity, so we'll see.
Nice to go to the Kentucky Derby with a contender, but nice to go with multiple chances added as well. As he said, Cyberknife, probably his best chance. And that's a horse who's really been working sensationally in the morning.
And watching his work, he's another horse that really jumped, you know, off the page at me. He was good in the Louisiana Derby, the Arkansas Derby. But it seems to me like he's taken it to another level in his training since. And that's what you want this time of year, a horse getting better, getting good at the right time. I mean, they were good, but they're improving also. And I like what Brad said. You know, he made 2 moves in the Arkansas Derby. It's important. Derby's usually won by, unless you have a horse that's just a freak speed kind of horse, a horse that can make a long sustained move or 2 distinct moves. And that's what he did in the Arkansas Derby. He made his run to get his position, idled, and then kicked again. No ordinary horse is capable of doing that.
That, of course, your reigning Kentucky Derby winning trainer, not the way he wanted to win it. He wants to put those roses over a horse, no question. But via DQ of Medina Spirit, Mandaloon actually awarded that Kentucky Derby in Brad Cox.
Yeah, but you really hope for Brad Cox and Front Drew that they get to win a Derby with all the fanfare that goes with it. They shouldn't be cheated or robbed out of that.
We're the Nightcap coming up. We'll get to the post parade for this finale on our opening day card here at Belmont, sprinting on the inner turf. When we come back in this New York bred maiden claiming event, wide open field. We'll be back with more right after this.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign. What the Peter Pan?
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Finale on this opening day card coming up. You can play it with Naira Bets. Download the app, go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 8 minutes away from the finale on this Thursday afternoon. Beautiful day here in Belmont, New York. And a wide open one to close it out. Favorite right now is 7-2. Celine, the Queen. She will be making her turf debut coming up. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And Greg, you may notice that we did have a little delay with getting the tack on all of the runners in here. As for the number 4, Gracefully Wild, once they had gotten the saddle on, had to take it off, bring it back to the jocks room as the rider Jose Ortiz did not check in. Again, it's imperative. These things are so carefully monitored. Had to bring the tack back, make sure everything was weighed properly, check him in, and then bring the tack back out with a separate valet to put the tack on this horse. So as a result, we have had a couple of horses circling, maybe getting just a little bit on edge there, but overall everybody seems to be handling themselves okay. On to a couple of others as Gracefully Wild is now getting saddled for trainer Eddie Barker. The number 3, Draw Off, intrigued me. This one gets shortcut blinkers on for the first time today, a filly by Gormley, who hasn't really had many turf sprinters of his progeny run. He has had a winner, but he's actually 21% with turf routers, which surprised me because he wasn't a sire I thought of as a turf producer. This one has a turf hoof, and actually, as far as the mare's concerned, 3 out of her 5 other foals were winners, and they all won on the grass. And this is a horse that looks like a turf sprinter, looks very athletic, well muscled here for the second start off the layoff, and she's one that I think really suits these conditions quite well. Now, one that gets in off the also eligible list is the 15 Lady Shanghai Trevor. She's stepping up in class, that I know, but she just kept catching my eye here in the paddock. She's a big, really well-built filly by Shanghai Bobby. Very, very fit, very classy looking, very powerful behind the saddle. Let's see if she takes to the turf. She looks like she could handle it okay, but just from a pure physical standpoint, she was one that kept catching my eye and one that I thought was intriguing and should not be overlooked, given that she does draw in off the also eligible list, but of course the post will be a big challenge for her. Greg?
All right, Acacia, we're going to take a look at this entire field in the post parade coming up. There's Gracefully Wild. Jose Ortiz going to try and get his third winner here on opening day with a filly trying the grass for the first time coming up. We'll be back with more right after this. Stay tuned.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Run Happy, who was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back at our post parade in progress here for the Nightcap on opening day at Belmont. Here's Kendra Carmouchon. She's a dancing queen, first-time starter.
Yeah, by War Dancer, 13% turf sprint winners, and out of a mare that has produced 6 turf winners.
White Hot, Jackie Davis at 6-1.
Ran well, last seen on the turf back in December.
Yeah, that was at the same level as well. Third beat just a length. Draw off for George Weaver.
George putting her on the turf. I didn't see a tremendous amount of turf pedigree, but he must see something he likes.
Acacia talked about it, did produce 3 winners on the grass, though. Gracefully Wild, turf debut.
Yeah, out of a mare that was 2 for 2 on the turf, too.
Backed by Gold, Dylan Davis at 16-1.
Yeah, a horse that was very green, bucked in the middle of the race last time. Maybe he'll appreciate the turf.
Celine, the Queen, and Dam actually produced a stakes winner, although it was on dirt. Excellent timing when the Damon Runyon.
Has been showing good speed, takes the blinkers off and switches surfaces, gets Jose Gomez.
21-1. Winner Siren tries the lawn, start number 2.
Yeah, out of a mare that was by Theatrical. Theatrical is a tremendous turf horse.
James Bond Bard with Chiara.
Another one that didn't just scream turf to me from a pedigree standpoint.
Big turf pedigree with the Tendini's Destiny.
Absolutely. The mare is a 9-time winner on the turf, stakes winner sprinting on turf. Very good mare.
Yeah, among others, won the Smart and Fancy at Saratoga. Produced a first out winner trying the lawn as well. Mo De Morning Grouch, for Linda Rice, debuting.
Debuting off a steady, if unspectacular work tab.
16-1 with Jose Lezcano. First time starter next door as well. Central Banker filly for Chris Engelhardt, the 12.
Yeah, coming off a series of gate drills on the Belmont Park training track.
All right, we'll try and get to that one in a moment. Still looking at the Grouch. There's the 12.
Yeah, horse at back-to-back turf. Gate works on the training track. Will she turf?
And the also eligible, they caught Acacia's eye, Lady Shanghai Trevor. Dam was actually unraced, did produce a runner who had 2 seconds on the grass routing.
Yeah, and Tails McKenna, actually, she won a race on the turf, so, there is some pedigree to go on there. She got to overcome a wide draw. Jalen Samuel picks up the mount for Jorge Vargas, who was unseated earlier in the day and took off the remainder of his mounts.
Pick 5 Will Pays to the current favorite right now, over $3,000. Shortest, though, payoff to the 6, and that is Celine the Queen, who has not yet been on the lawn for Rudy Rodriguez. $2,964 coming back to the 6.
Very wide open event. This I think the 1 from a pedigree standpoint is a player. You certainly got to respect the 10 with her pedigree. In her first start, she was very green early, missed the break, got taken up, and then finished with interest. Maybe the turf moves her up.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by Dini's Destiny of the 10. Let's go back to Acacia.
Wanted to talk about the horse that was the favorite until a couple moments ago, Celine the Queen, as the blinkers do come off for Rudy Rodriguez. Well, physically, she doesn't necessarily have that proverbial turf hoof or that sort of physicality to suggest that she may move up on the turf. She is one that is a very lighter frame, and especially behind in her hindquarters. She doesn't carry a lot of condition. I will say that she looked a lot better once they got the tack on her, and certain fillies are like that. And those types of horses that maybe don't have as much power, sometimes they have a better time of it in being able to push off as the horses propel from behind and being able to push off on the grass. So I'm wondering if that could be the case with her. Celine the Queen, I wasn't sold on trying the turf, but given that physicality, maybe that's the thought process as the blinkers do come off, but she still does wear that shadow roll across the noseband. The 11, Mo de Morning Grouch, is a filly by Frost Giant, and she actually looks like a turf horse. She has the slacker pasterns, the flatter hoof to her. Jose Lascano took her right away from the pony and gave her a big warm-up out there, and she moves like a turf horse. That kind of suspension in her gait, the higher knee action, everything that you like to see. Now, it is from Linda Rice. It's a filly that maybe you'd want to see a start with for sure, and she did keep her behind the saddling stalls in the paddock, as Linda does with quite a few horses. She didn't do anything naughty. She acted fine. I'm thinking just one that I'm going to watch with interest moving forward, as I do think that she's on the right surface, which maybe is a question with some others in here, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Making their way to the starting gate here coming up. It's the 4, even though she has not yet been on the lawn, for Eddie Barker, Gracefully Wild, who is favored. Again, the Dam, a 2-time winner on the turf, was actually trained by Chad Brown.
Yeah, I feel like came off a very long layoff to run extremely well last time. Easier spot, but now she switches surface, and the mare, her Dam, certainly appreciated the turf.
Interesting race. Good one. You want to have a wide open race to finish things off here. There's draw off. Manny Franco. Talked about him. He's going to be on Zozos in the Kentucky Derby. Big opportunities he's getting. For, the thing that struck me about what Chad Brown said about Manny was he's not afraid to put him on any horse, and especially in a big situation.
No, and when trainers of that ilk, of that stature, start having that kind of confidence in you, it gives other trainers confidence to use you in situations. Hence, he picks up a very live horse in the Kentucky Derby.
5-2 favorite. Gracefully Wild, the 4, Jose Ortiz, again looking for a 3-win afternoon. That 6 horse, though, the favorite in the pick 5. The apprentice Jose Gomez, and this filly moving to the grass for the first time. Saw dirt speed in all 3 of her starts. You would expect her to be forward, but dirt speed does not always translate to turf speed.
Well, it doesn't always translate, and they also take the blinkers off, and sometimes it speaks of intent, trying to get a horse to settle a little bit more. Especially they don't have to contend with kickback on the turf. They're not getting dirt sprayed in their face.
Finale on this opening day card here at Belmont. sprinting on the inner turf. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Wabanzi and Lady Shanghai Trevor. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Slow starts for Wabanzi, and she's a dancing queen. White Hot is at first. Celine the Queen is right there on the outside in second, with a Winter Siren in third by a head. Draw Off is down on the inside and racing in fourth. And then it is Chiata and Gracefully Wild together fifth and sixth. It's a break, 4.5 lengths. Back to Mo de Morning Grouch, who races in seventh. Then comes Backed by Gold next in eighth. On the outside is She's a Dancing Queen moving up from ninth. And then it is Wabanzi, followed by Dinny's Destiny and Lady Shanghai Trevor. The quarter went in 22 and 3. White Hot and Celine the Queen, and they are right together. They've got a length and a half. Draw Off is down towards the rail in third. On the outside is Winter Siren next in fourth. Then comes Gracefully Wild. Chiata's on the outside. They are in the stretch. The half in 46 seconds. Celine the Queen has now taken over the lead. Draw Off moving up along with Gracefully Wild. It is Celine the Queen trying to hold off Gracefully Wild here in the final 16th. It is Celine the Queen, Gracefully Wild on the outside. They come for the finish, and it is Celine the Queen to win the Nightcap on opening day here at Belmont.
Celine the Queen trying to hold off the oncoming Gracefully Wild. Both these two trying the grass for the first time. They run 1-2.
Ran 1-2. Celine the Queen took to it, showed that speed even with the blinkers off. Jose Gomez gets his first win of this young Belmont meet. Actually won his first race of his career here last fall. Gracefully Wild lost position about 50 yards out of the gate. She took a funny step, really bobbled, and it kind of cost her some position. She finally found her stride and came with a big run to just miss, but this is where you think that 5 pounds comes into play. Celine the Queen carrying 113 with the 5-pound apprentice, and Gracefully Wild carrying 125 pounds. So you're talking about a 12-pound swing in weights and basically a half of a length separating them.
6'4", 11'3", the apprentice that we talk about so much on this program, and we do it for good reason. Big for him, too, showing he can win on the grass.
Absolutely. You want to see an apprentice win on the grass because it's more of a thinking man's race.
Hope you enjoyed the program. We're back tomorrow on FS2, 1 Eastern start time with the first Friday of the meet. We're going to see New York Traffic back in action in that affirmed success. That's in race 3 early on. Opening day, Repo Rocks getting out of his own way, breaking clean from the gate. Andrew Wolfson proving he can win on this New York circuit. Nice win for him, for the Saratoga Springs native, and it's all relevant. The old veteran 9-year-old winning again in the opening day feature. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on FS2.